All right, let me share my screen. Boom. You should see my face right over here or up there somewhere. Somewhere over there. You know. All right.
Just your face.
Well, they should see it on their side.
Okay, cool.
I'm not gonna be able to see it. Anyway.
You know your bathroom, man?
We'll put it over to the left. We'll put it over to the left. Oh, okay.
Let's see. Hey, remember, like, share, subscribe. Tell people to come in here if they want to hear things from the top to the bottom and get a good understanding. Thorough breakdowns. No vague interpretations. Straight to the punch. Right? Cool. I just wanted to see. All right. So, Zaquan, go ahead and start with that. Genesis 19. Oh, hold on. First and foremost, we like to give all praises, honor, and glory to the Most High God Yahweh, and we do so in the name of His only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai Hamashiach, who the world ignorantly called Jesus Christ. Shema Yasharala Yahweh, Allahaya Nawa Yahweh Chad.
Here is all guys one word.
Exactly. Baba Kusha. Go ahead.
Done. Genesis 19:1.
Uh-huh.
There came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now.
Hey, start at verse 1 again. Slack it.
Yeah, sure.
Slack it.
All right.
Go ahead, start over.
Genesis 19:1.
Uh-huh.
And there came two angels to Sodom at even, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom.
Mm-hmm.
And Lot, seeing them, rose to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground.
So, angels can be seen. This is where you want to go to precept to folks that angels can be seen, right? Now we're going to find out if angels can eat. Genesis 19. Now we're going to find out if angels can eat. That's an important thing right now. Now you know that you can see the angels. They do appear unto people. Angels appear unto people way more frequently than the Most High appearing unto Moses. Most High don't show himself like that to nobody. Even in a dream, he'll make you not see him fully. Okay, but right now, that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. It's the precept that's in your scriptures. All right, we saw angels. Our forefathers saw them, talked to them, and now we're about to find out if they eat. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, right, into your servant's house, right, and tarry all nights. Wash your feet.
So they're not. So, yeah. You know, wash your feet. That means the water can hit their feet.
Exactly.
But when people think of a spirit, they think of a spirit like these spirits can walk the walls.
Yeah.
But
right,
they actually have feet. They were made differently.
Mm-hmm.
They were made way differently. Angels don't break the law. We break the law. Mm-hmm. Angels don't break the law. Okay? But they got feet. Continue, Baba Kusha.
Okay. Wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early and go on your ways.
That means they sleep too, huh?
Right.
That means they sleep.
Good.
Angels sleep.
Okay.
19 is a good verse to cut a lot of people when it comes to angels. Because you'll hear a lot of people, can you explain an angel to me? Well, they fly, you can't really see them, and they walk through you and everything. But hold on. We can go to Genesis 19 where it says they wash their feet and they go to sleep. Why would an angel need to go to sleep? Because they need rest. They need rest too. Right? They were just made differently from us. These are things y'all can go break things down to people and get them to understand the things that they grew up understanding and learning is not what it's not what they thought it was. Your pastors are not teaching y'all the truth. You know angels sleep, but now you do, huh? You know the angels sleep. Angels go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? They get some rest. You know what I'm saying? They have a Shabbath. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if they have the Sabbath, but I'm just saying Shabbath means rest. So this is somewhere to go. All right, read, Papa Sir.
And you shall rise up early and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, we will abide in the street all night.
Hey, that means nobody knew who they were. And I got to interject because this is a Christian ideology they like to throw out there to say that, well, angels are this, angels are that, the angel this, the angel that. Man, you go right here, you get a lot out of these two little precepts right here. You get a lot about angels. And then you can start going to Ezekiel stuff and learning the color of them. And
Right.
Man, that's beautiful.
There's Moses.
So I keep going.
Verse 3. Mm-hmm. And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat.
So if I press upon you, right, trying to get you to do something.
Yeah, right. That
means you can change your mind, you can be persuaded, you know what I'm saying?
That's right.
As long as it's within reason and it's righteous, right? So that means if Lot was pressing the angels, he was trying to get them to stay and chill. He didn't really want to go out there with all those homosexuals. That's what he didn't do. Because he knew what these
dogs.
Yeah, we got to pick a good word because we don't want to be monetized in a way. We want our channel to keep going up. You know what I'm saying? So we pick good words. So scoundrels. All right. He didn't want them to go out in the street with these scoundrels. I'm gonna say that right one of these days. Scoundrels, but we got to use words so we won't be monetized in a way. Okay. So, and we're gonna find out why he didn't want to. It was that bad. Remember. Today we call Palestine, and the Greek is Philistine. So when you look in the Greek language, Palestine is pronounced Philistines, the Hamites. So in the land of the Philistines, you got Sodom, where they at now, and that's Gomorrah. That's the land of Gomorrah, of old time. Okay. And then you have Sodom. We're going to find out what that is too. But you got Sodom and Gomorrah. And when you go to where's we at?
So Abraham slaughtered them kings.
Yeah. Let me see if I wrote that down. I don't want to go too much into it, though.
The 14th chapter. Talk about Abram. He's called Abram then.
Yeah.
List all the cities.
Yeah. I think I wrote that down in my notes. I don't want to go too much into it. But at the same time, you got to pay attention to these geological locations and pay attention to the names that pay attention to how we break them down. Palestine is a Greek word, right? It is pronounced Philistine. That is Hamitic land. So the people that are over there in Palestine, which are the Phoenicians, that are over there right now are not the real people. Got to pay attention to geological locations and all that stuff. All right, continue.
Verse 4. For they lay down, men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. Mm-hmm. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us. Mm-hmm. We may know them.
Nasty. Know them not. I mean, if you want to get to know somebody, you wait till the next day, y'all come. They at night. We want to get to know them. They want to know who are these people that came up in there. Everybody know who everybody is. That's like this little town, right? In this little town of Wilmington, I'm not going to say little. It's kind of spread out. Is the gentrification, which I don't like, is real heavy. But at the same time, everybody knows everybody. Am I right, young man? Is that annoying to you that everybody knows everybody? See, I'm from San Diego. Everybody don't know everybody. I can go to the next city, though. Nobody know me at all. I can go to Escondido. I can go to San Marcos. I can go to Chula Vista. I can go to Nasty City, which is National City. We call National City Nasty City. We can go to San Isidro. Don't nobody know us, but I hear everybody know everybody. So you understand, if everybody know everybody, right? Everybody's dating everybody.
That's true.
Everybody's dating everybody. And the only people that are not dating everybody is the ones at his age. Right? But it's getting that way, huh, young man? Girls getting hit, huh? They getting hit all over the place. You're like, man, she used to be cool. That's because she got spirits on. She got spirits on. Those young women, you got to understand, like, you have a spirit, and your spirit can be rearranged according to how other, like, these demonic spirits that you can't see will cause them to do something. Then they'll be in another spirit. Supposed to be in a spirit of joyfulness, happiness, and you know what I'm saying, and righteousness. But depending on what they're doing, will cause them to act a different way. That is a different spirit that they're not operating. It's not another spirit, it's their spirit operating in a different spirit. They're operating in another spirit that they weren't operating when you first met them. Now she has a different, now you acting like you acting different. That's because she got another All right, Salaki about that, man. I don't know what happened at all. So I can't even tell y'all what happened. But let me get back over here sharing my screen. Who started 8?
Okay. Verse 8. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes.
And that was very precious. He offered them 2 virgins.
Yeah, fine.
Let's see if they're gonna take these 2 virgins.
Right.
Now if you don't take these 2 virgins, something wrong with you.
Oh,
Would you take those 2 virgins? Why not? Why would you not take 2 virgins?
Are they sisters?
Yeah.
Can't take you can't marry sisters.
Why not? Jacob did.
My mom said she said you can do like what is it?
What does the Bible say?
Like multiple wives.
What does the Bible say?
Mm.
What does the Bible say? You can do. No, I'm just asking. It's not in that. It's not in that precept right now.
Oh, they said it can't.
No, it doesn't say that at all.
Oh no, just like
Okay.
But if it doesn't,
it don't. No, don't. I mean, I didn't think he was going to go to that conversation, but at the same time, I got to tell you the truth of the Bible. The Bible gives the man permission to do whatever he desires within law. That's true. But I was just asking you that right there. I just went to another conversation, but I had to tell you the truth. At the same time, I would never go against the Most High. But if somebody else is lying, I'm gonna have to go against it. If the Bible don't say that, they speak not according to this word. That God be true, man a lie. It's 1 and 2. I got respect for your moms, but I love the Most High more. So at the same time, in that case right there, those men are scoundrels.
Yeah.
They are scoundrels. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
AKA they were, you know what I'm talking about? I'm trying not to get monetized. they were, you know what I'm saying? They do stuff like that. So yeah, demonetized, not monetized, demonetized. The water for the correction. So with that being said, Lot offered them 2 virgins. Hey, in this day right here, y'all, a man would have jumped at that.
In a heartbeat.
2 virgins, never been touched. Man, let me ask you this, young man. Let me ask you this. Would you prefer a woman that's never been touched or a woman that's been touched?
It's never been touched.
Exactly.
That's right.
Hey, come on, man. That is. Don't get that mixed up with that, I want a woman with experience. No man want a woman with experience. Well, do you want a brand new car with no miles on it, or do you want a used car? See, that's what I'm saying. And I had to show you like that because, man, we deal in allegoric and, of cars and money and things like that. You know what I'm saying? If you had a crumbled up $100 bill versus a brand new $100 bill, you want the crispy, huh? I mean, you will take the crumbled up one and iron it out, but you would take the straight one for that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, this motherfucker around a lot of places. Okay, but continue to read Bible.
Verse 8.
Hey, look, he saw me, he had a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He saw that, he's getting comfortable. He's getting real comfortable, man.
There's no sign.
Oh, so Eleazar to mind his business and watch the video, man. Let's go.
Verse 8. Hold unto these men, do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, stand back And it said again, this one fellow came in to sojourn. It needs to be a judge. Now will we deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot.
Even Lot. It was like, hey, when somebody press on you, you know what I'm saying? Hey, pressing. You know what I'm saying? They either want to rise, you know what I'm saying? There's a different type of press where Lot was pressing the angels, but it wasn't in that type of pressing. The situation calls for the action. You know what I'm saying? So when Lot pressed upon the angels to stay, he was pressing upon them to stay, like because of what's going to happen. He's concerned about their well-being. They're pressing upon Lot not because they're concerned about him, about his being. They're trying to be scoundrels. Read.
We will deal worse with thee than with them. And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand and pulled Lot into the house to them and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door.
Mm-hmm. Hit him with blindness. That is a mental blindness. Hit him. Go ahead.
The men said unto Lot, hast thou here any besides son-in-law and thy sons and thy daughters? And whatsoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahweh. And Yahweh has sent us to destroy it. And Lot went out and spake unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said, up, get you out of this place, for Yahweh will destroy this city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law.
And they thought he was joking. When he went to him, like, if we came to you like in the morning, right? You know what I'm saying? We came to you in the morning, like, hey, let's go, man. The city about to be destroyed. Let's go. Let's go. What you gonna do?
Oh my God.
So hold on. I gotta get him. I hit him with that one. If I came to you in the morning, like, let's go. Never seen me before. What you gonna do?
If I knew it was true, I'd go. Yeah, felt like he was joking on me. He joked a lot.
Smart on me. That's because you don't know me.
Yeah.
I was just hoping you said that first. Like, I don't know you. But they knew Lot. So
Right.
that's a big difference. That's big difference. I'm just trying to see where he was.
Okay.
Mental. Let's go.
And when verse 15, and when the morning arose,
Mm-hmm.
and the angels hastened Lot, saying, arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
So he allowed him a good night's sleep. Go ahead.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, upon the hand of his two daughters,
All right.
Yahweh being merciful unto them. And they brought him forth and set him without the city.
Because they could have left. And Yahweh just destroyed that city with Lot in it.
Yeah.
Remember, our father Abraham would say, well, if you find 50 in this city that are righteous, would you destroy it? They only found some. They only found Lot now. Remember, they wanted to be out in the streets all night anyways. They wanted to go out there and chill, and that's what the angels be doing. They be out in the streets. They be looking at you. They follow you. They follow you. Trust me, man. Hey, the angels, they be in their chariots. They be above us. And the scriptures speak of it fully, man. Like, I am fully persuaded with this. I ain't stupid. You done check these scriptures back and forth and back, and can't find a lie. Once you start to search it and everything else, see, the thing about this, that everybody ain't gonna get it. Can't expect everybody to get this book. You the most high one. You the one with that in front of you. Right? And guess what? For 7 days, when you read the book of Josephus, in 7 days, the Most High is going to show you everything you did in your life. He's going to have an angel show you everything you did in your life. for 7 days. And then that's when your judgment will come. So what you're doing that right now is going to be shown to you. And what you do after you leave here will be shown to you. That's what you gotta take to heart, because a lot of people don't care because they love this world, man. Ain't nothing good in it. I done seen it. I done seen most all of it. I done been there. I ain't been there, done a lot of things, but you know what I'm getting at. Read.
God. Verse 17. It came to pass, they had brought them forth abroad. They said, escape for thy life. Look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
Read that again for this young brother over here,
Yeah.
and for all the people that be watching. Read that again, nice, strong. Watch this. Let's see if they get it.
And it came to pass, that brought them forth abroad, that he said, escape for thy life.
Said what?
Escape for thy life.
Me?
Look not behind thee.
Say it again.
Look not behind thee.
Keep going.
Neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
Keep going.
And Lot said unto them, oh, not so, my Lord. Behold now, thy servant hath found grace in thy sight, thus magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die.
Remember verse 17. All right, keep going.
Verse 20. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Or let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live.
Because he didn't want to go that way. He's like, if I went over there, it's going to be some ish. Keep going.
And he said unto him, see, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow the city for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen up upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar.
Remember verse 17. Go ahead.
Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah, brimstone and fire,
Right.
from Yahweh out of heaven.
Right.
And it was through those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground.
Here it comes.
But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt.
From what was told to her in 17. Young man, read verse 17.
And it came to pass when they had brought the item forth abroad, that he said, escape from my life. Look not behind.
Look what?
Look not behind thee.
Right.
Neither thou in all of the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed.
Now, read 26.
But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt.
What did she do? What she was told not to do. What did she do versus what she was told not to do?
She was told to come with her. To come with.
She was told not to look back. They were told not to look back. Looking back is what? What is that symbolic of? If somebody tell you don't look back, and you look back and you turn into a pillar of salt, it's not. This is not telling people don't look, that she's just not supposed to look back. She turned into a pillar of salt because they don't want her to see something. They don't want her to look back because what? It's gone. Whatever was there is gone. She was missing the things that were behind there. All Sodom and Gomorrah, she missed that place. And she was sad that it was gone. And that's what we tell people in the truth. Once you're in this truth, don't look back. That's like a dog returning to his slop.
Mhm.
Don't look back, or you will turn into a pillar of salt. And what's going to be that pillar of salt? Some ICBM missiles. Yeah. Don't look back. Don't want this. It's hard to it's hard not to, man. I'm trying to tell you. Hey, young man, in the world, I had it good, man. Not better than I have. The life I see ahead of me now, and I want the kingdom. I want to be able to rule in a kingdom of righteousness. Don't have to worry about war. Don't have to worry about people coming against us. Don't have to worry about people saying nigga to us on TV. Don't have to worry about our women wearing pants up their booty hole. You get to see their crotch from the middle. When you look at the woman, you see her thing from the front. You see it. And then you can visualize what it looked like, huh? You don't want to see all that? Do you want people to be looking at your wife like that?
No.
See? Then that must mean if you don't want nobody looking at your wife like that, you don't want to be looking at other people's wives like that. But hey, a lot of these people are out of control. What can you say, man? Just gotta go on with your life. And the thing was, bro, hey, I was a whoremonger. Trying to tell you. Get it when I want it. And I hate to admit it. It's a bad thing. I hate to admit this, man. I was an adulterous nigga. I'd take your wife. You'll go to work. Here come Pookie Ray. That was me. That was me, bro. That was me, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro. And the way I look at it now is just like, it's so disgusting to even want another man's wife, bro. You're a thief. The Most High calls a type of man like that a thief. In the book of Proverbs, chapter 6, he calls them a thief. That's a man's possession. A woman is a possession unto the man. That's just that's why the Most High wants you to leave women alone and worry about him. That's what happened to King Solomon. Like when you go to Proverbs 31, can you go there real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Matter of fact, we're gonna be hitting Proverbs 31 too in this Torah portion, but I want you to hear this one. And this is why this was a big here in the scriptures. Everybody, y'all can go to Proverbs 31 if you want, but I'm gonna stay here on the screen.
Proverbs 31 and
verse 1 to 3.
1 to 3. Words of King Lemuel, prophets that his mother taught him. What? My son? And what? Son of my womb?
What is he doing? Why she keep saying and what? What is Lemuel doing?
Kicking.
He's bothering his mama. Keep going.
And what? The son of my vows?
Mama. He's bothering her. The words of King Lemuel. Is he a grown man or a child at this time?
Child.
We don't know. But his mama talking to him. I'm not going to even go into that part. But it makes you think, is he a man or a child at this time? But it comes off as a child, huh? Like she's talking to a child, huh? Read verse 1 real quick.
Words of King Lemuel, prophets that his mother taught him.
Right. Keep going.
What, my son?
Right.
What, son of my womb? What, son of my vows?
Right.
Give not thy strength unto women,
right,
nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
So, is that in Deuteronomy? Is that Deuteronomy 17? The man multiply horses unto himself.
17 and 15, I believe.
Can you get that for
me?
me?
Sure.
Go to the Lord real quick. I'm gonna try to spell it out with you with the scriptures. I'm try to spell out what it's saying to the scripture. Give not thy strength to women.
Deuteronomy 17 and 17.
Go ahead.
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself,
that
his heart turn not away.
Most women go to this precept right here to say, look, see, the Most High don't want a man to have multiple wives. Not so. That's a read,
Neither shall he multiply wives to himself,
right?
that his heart turn not away.
Right. See, that's what it's saying. At least the man multiply wives unto himself to the point where he turns his heart away from the Most High. Keep reading.
Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
Uh-huh. Now it's saying, does that say that now he can't have a lot of gold? Because if he's not supposed to apply, if he's not supposed to have so many wives to himself, to at least he forget about the Most High, is he not supposed to have a lot of gold to himself, at least he forgets about the Most High? It's the same thing. Multiple wives, multiple gold, a lot of money, right? A lot of wives will make you forget about the Most High. Having a lot of money to where you can't handle will make you forget about the Most High, because then money becomes your God. Keep going.
Verse 18. And it shall be, when he sits upon the throne of his kingdom, he shall write him a copy of his law in a book out of that which is before the priests, the Levites.
All right, go back to Proverbs 31. Now that you see, multiplying many wives to yourself will cause you to forget the Most High. Multiplying a lot of money to yourself to where you can't handle it will cause you to forget the Most High. So now, what did King Solomon do? How many wives did he have?
He had like 800.
Lots. Imagine having that. Imagine having that many women, right? So what did he start doing? How did he start going off? Solomon. He went off. Most High was mad at it. Was the Most High mad at him because he multiplied a lot of wives to himself? Or was the Most High mad at him because he committed adultery?
Because he committed adultery.
Exactly. It wasn't the wives. He said, multiply not many wives to yourself to where you forget about the Most High. Go Proverbs again. Read that.
Proverbs 31 and 3. Give not thy strength unto women.
Right. Unto who?
Women.
Give not thy strength unto women. What is King Solomon's strength?
Unto women?
No.
Oh.
It was the Most High. Yeah. That was his power. For the Most High, thy power. That was Solomon's strength. The mother is saying, don't give your strength unto women to that which kill kings. Because once Solomon forgot about the Most High, his power, his strength, it caused him to go off. He gave it to those women. How do you give your strength to a woman? If you know what your strength is, how would you then give your strength to a woman?
Spiritually or like?
So spiritually.
Like, be little prayer and stuff like that.
You start following her. Like, there was a king that a woman stood next to him, took the crown off his head, and slapped him. He stopped following the Most High and what the Most High told him not to do. King Solomon was building temples to his wives and their gods. He was allowing his women to worship another power. So imagine you get with a female, right? She says she loves Jesus, but Jesus is not the Yahweh Shai in the Bible. You know it. That be you giving your strength unto another woman. Because you know about the Most High Yahweh. You don't get with another woman that don't serve Yahweh. And you know they don't. It's just your pecker working right there. That's all it is. She Johnson. If Johnson want that woman. You all right?
Yeah.
And that's what it's just your Johnson wanting the woman. You don't multiply many wives to yourself because it'll cause you to lose thy strength. And then when King Lemuel's mother was telling him, don't lose thy strength. So now you got the point. Let's get back on the topic of what I was talking about. Is when she looked back, she was looking back to the past. You're supposed to be looking forward. Yahweh handled everything from behind you. Everything behind you is done. Look forward to the future. The Most High burnt all that down. The arrow goes forward, and nobody knows where it comes from. It just shoots.
Right.
You don't even see the wind no more, huh?
Sure don't.
Everything is done. You can't change that past.
Right.
Nor you can make that arrow turn around. That's in the scripture. You can't make that arrow turn around either.
No.
It just goes straight. You don't even see the wind pattern. It's dead. It's gone. It's burnt up. So what she did was she was worrying about seeing how that arrow went through the air. She was trying to find it. She was worried about the past. And this is not to get on women, but I just use women as an example of a man's strength and what he does when he gives his strength up to a woman. He allows her to dictate the strength in the household. He allows her to get the last word. He allows her to do things for him instead of him doing the things that he's supposed to do as a man, as a king around his household, and to get into a congregation with his brothers and to be an Indian before he tries to be a chief. Fallen order. Matthew 18. They said a kid in the midst of them. Read that right there, brothers. Okay. Well, let's keep reading, man, so we can get on.
All right. Genesis 19 and 28. Excuse me, 27. My fault. Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh, and he looked towards Sodom and Gomorrah, and toward all the land of the plain, and behold, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities on the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. See? And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his two daughters with him. He feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his two daughters.
Now here we go. Here goes Leviticus 18.
See?
Keep going.
And the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in and lay with their father. They perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, the firstborn said to the younger, behold, I lay yesterday night with my father. Let us make him wine this night also.
Man.
And go thou in and lie with him, we may preserve seed of our father.
Right.
And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day.
What are the Moabites today? Exactly. Keep going.
And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben Ami.
Which are the Japanese and the Koreans.
The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day.
Come. So those are the people you see with the slanted eyes, Mongolians. You know, Mongoloid, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Mongoloids, but they call them Mongolians. You got Genghis Khan and all those guys are the Mongolians. All right, go ahead.
Just 20.
It's my turn. Oh, okay. My bad. I was in the zone. I forgot about the end of the chapter.
Rod, where y'all in the
Shabbath Services.
Oh yeah, so
That was just so laxy daisy. Come on, man. Say it with some man.
Call Asherah or Yahweh na Shawah na Shemai.
What we doing here? Come on. You know what I'm saying? We do this with cheer, right? You know,
Call Shabbat like
exactly. You know what I'm saying? All right, go ahead. Chapter 20.
Genesis 21.
Uh-huh.
Abraham journeyed from thence
Right.
toward the south country,
Yeah.
and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur.
These are geological locations, everybody. Pay attention to them. Write them down. Get you a map and know where he went. Just do that, man. You just like look at the map right here. Everybody's going from right here to right here. And you start learning where Israelites were. You start learning where Abraham and them was. You start learning where Israelites dropped off and they may had a woman from there. You know what I'm saying? We was taking women from everywhere. We was like that. Everybody knew that we was the most high people. So everybody know you the most high people. Women are going to love you. They're going to love you. Don't love being the most high people just for that right there, because women are a gift of the most high. All women are gifts of the most high. Are you a gift? Nah, you're God. You're a prince. Women are gifts to us. That's our glory. That's how the Most High describes them. That's our glory. The woman is the glory of the man. Who's our glory? Yahweh Shai, Yahweh. But the woman belongs to men. All right? We belong to Yahweh Shai, Yahweh. So women are a gift to the woman, which the scriptures say women are a gift to us. He gives the women to us as a gift. And here you go. Boom. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And Abraham said to Sarah, his wife, she is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night,
Right.
and said, behold, thou art but a dead man, the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife.
Most High got him in his dream, boy. Go ahead.
Abimelech said, Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation?
Uh-huh.
Say not unto me, she is my sister. And she herself said, he is my brother.
Right. Now, this was the time right here where things started changing, and then we came out of Egypt. The Most High gave us some laws. But at this time, like if the woman wasn't of the same mother, but she can be of the same father, so it changed up. And that's when you start reading Leviticus 8. Like you say your dad, right? He has multiple wives. You know what I'm saying? He got your mom, he got another one, right? And Your dad, right, had got these 2 wives, but different mothers. The daughter that, if you're over here with this mom, you can get a wife from that one, came out of that one. And that's what Abraham is about to talk about right there. But then it changed up when you go to Leviticus 18. The Most High stopped that because coming into Egypt, he gave us more laws because all the stuff that was happening to Egypt, it got disgusting. So the Most High was, nah, we're going to change that. And that's when you see what was cool, the Most High did because our father Jacob went and got with who? His cousin. Not a sister, cousin from his mom's brother. And that to this day is a good thing. And that is a good thing because what?
So what?
Why would that be a good thing today?
Because he went to the
It went to the uncle and got a wife. But that's just kin. That's just close to kin. They call it close to kin. They didn't really call it cousin. But today you start going into the world, they be like, but I would rather go to my uncle's house and marry my cousin. I know her. She not a thought. My uncle raised good daughters. See, the Bible gives us a way to live. But if we start going to Esau's way, everybody looks at it. I'd rather stick to the scriptures. I'd rather stick to the book that we're supposed to go by. Read.
Verse 5. Say not unto me, she is my sister, and she, even she herself said, he is my brother.
Mm-hmm.
And the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this.
Right.
Now I have said unto him in a dream, say again. Yea, I know that thou didst I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. I also held thee from sinning against me.
Right.
Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her.
Right.
Now, therefore restore the man his wife. He is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning and called all the servants and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, what hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee? That thou hast brought on me and my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done.
Come.
And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what sawest thou? What sawest thou?
Abimelech got the nerve to tell the prophet, you have done to me what should have not been done. Abraham was operating in righteousness.
Yeah.
But reason why Sarah said that because her husband told her to say it. She did what her husband told her to do. Why? Because he thought that Most High was not in that land. That's what he thought. It's like, man, these some wicked niggas. They're going to try to kill me for my wife. Sarah was beautiful. That's a gift. The Most High going to give you a beautiful wife. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he thought, man. These fools about to kill me for my wife. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Abraham said, because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place.
Come.
And they will slay me for my wife's sake.
Right.
And yet indeed, she is my sister.
Right.
She is the daughter of my father.
Right.
But not the daughter of my mother.
See?
And she became my wife.
That was the way the Most High had it back then. That means what? Can you read that again real quick?
Yeah, sure. And verse, and yet, indeed, she is my sister.
She is my sister, right?
She is the daughter of my father.
She's the daughter of my father. She's the daughter of my father.
but not the daughter of my mother.
But not the daughter of my mother. Abraham had how many wives? His father had how many wives? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I mean, Abraham was part of a polygynous relationship. His father was polygynous.
Absolutely.
Through the land. So when people start talking about polygyny, it's like, hold on, show me that in the scriptures. No way am I talking bad about your mama. I'm just reading the Bible. And women don't like this. Women don't like this. Because this is a monogamous empire. It's a matriarchy empire. Ain't no woman want to share no man, but they outnumber a 7-1. I'm just saying. Did you just see that? Did I make you see that, or you saw that? You got a big Kool-Aid smile. Come on, man. Did you see that, or did I make that up? Did I make that up, or was that there?
It was there, bro.
That was there 2,000 years ago. Huh?
Longer than that, actually. About 4,000 years.
I was wrong. 4,000. Can we please read some more?
Indeed. Verse 13.
And that was through the Spirit. That was through the Spirit right there.
Praise
That came up through, praise the Most High, man. That was through the Spirit. We was talking about it, and bam. Let's go.
Verse 13. Came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, this is thy kindness which thou shalt show unto me. In every place whither we shall come, say of me, he is my brother. Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants and gave them unto Abraham and restored him Sarah his wife. Right? And Abimelech said, behold, my land is before thee. Dwell,
go ahead.
Dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes.
Hey, what?
Covering.
So when you go to 2 Corinthians 11, 1-3, the man Yahweh is over Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai is over the man. Man is over the woman. The covering. He's telling Sarah. I mean, he didn't make that a law, but that's just how it was back then. The man is the covering of the woman. So if the man covers the woman, right, it's in protection and everything else. Can a woman escape from under that covering?
Yeah.
No, she cannot.
Oh, you mean like
But you saying she can, huh? Because we live in this world. But according to the Most High, she's not supposed to escape, huh? She's supposed to stay there. This is symbolic right now. A man tried to take another woman from under her covering. The Most High visited that Negro because they were all Negro colored back then.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? They were all Negro colored. And the Most High visited that Negro in a dream and told him he was going to kill him if he didn't give that woman back to that man. Because what happens when another man goes into another man's woman?
He could get put to death.
Because that's called what?
Adultery.
Exactly. Right. So if a woman has a baby by a man, that's her husband. That's her husband. She can't escape from that. She can't go by the world. The world don't make rules. They didn't make this place. These trees and nothing. They didn't make none of this. It's the Most High. Read Bible, sir.
God. I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is today a covering of the eyes unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim. Elohim healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children. For Yahweh had first closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife.
Call Shara, the boy Yahweh, Anaya Shaba Nashaman, all that Yahweh said, what we do and hear. All right, let's go to the next chapter, and then we're going to head over to Proverbs 31. We're going to get it's going to get wild on that one.
Believe that.
Because that brings me in my spirit. I got to touch on it
Mhm.
because what you would hear is when a man want another wife, oh, you gonna have to be rich. You gotta have a lot of money to have multiple wives. And this Proverbs 31 about to smack him upside the head. And that's through the spirit. I was gonna talk about something totally different, but through the spirit, I got to talk about it because hey, that's what men do when we get together. We talk about a lot of things,
Sure.
and we like to correct things. We like to show you things, like we showed you about the angels, right? We showed you about our father Abraham was a son of a polygynous relationship. His father had multiple wives. Showing you that his wife was a sister from his other father's relationship. Showing you that right there. And if anybody say, "Oh, tell us when it changed,"
Right.
Show me when it changed, and it has to say it. Read Baba Kashat.
Genesis 21 and 1. And Yahweh visited Sarah,
Abraham's sister.
as he had said,
Mhm.
and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken.
Right?
Sarah conceived and bare.
Was the baby a Mongol, right? At that time? Once the Most High changed it, it became like that because of what? The stuff Lot.
Yeah, what Lot did.
I mean, it didn't change right then and there,
So,
but it took a toll with everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say that by my much reading the law and everything else, it just took a toll after a while. Like we went into Egypt, that's when it got disgusting.
Yeah.
You had mothers sleeping with their son and everything else. It is
Right.
Boy, that got crazy. Go ahead.
For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time Elohim had spoken to him. Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham
laughed. Go ahead.
And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac.
No, he laughed. My bad.
He laughed. Okay. Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, who would have said unto Abraham, Sarah should have given children suck? I have borne him a son in his old age.
To have given children suck means what? To have given children suck means what? If a woman gives a child suck, what is that? Breastfeeding. Go ahead.
And the child grew and was weaned. Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned.
Mm-hmm.
And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which she had born unto Abraham, mocking.
Okay. Where you at?
Verse 9.
Pay attention to this young man. I want you to see this characteristic. Look at this characteristic, way he reads it. Even close your eyes if you got to. I want you to look at this. This characteristic, man. As he reads it, I want you to play it out in the world. And then I'm going to ask you about it. I want to see what you got to say. You ready?
Verse 10. Wherefore she said unto Abraham.
No, go start at 9.
I'm sorry. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian.
Sarah saw the son of Hagar. Is the son of Hagar Sarah's son? No. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Which she had born unto Abraham, mocking.
Talking ish. Being funny and stuff. Go ahead.
Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son.
Get out of here. Her and her son.
For the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight.
And that made Abraham kind of mad, and like it made him grievous. Right? So, what's your name again, young man?
Yeshua.
What's your name again?
Yeshua. My name is Yeshua.
Yeshua? Okay. So Yeshua wife Sarah told him to cast out that bondwoman and her son, but that son is yours too. Ain't that your son? That'll be your son. If you was with Hagar, you had a baby by that's your son. Sarah told you to tell that wife of yours and her son to get out of here because that's your wife. You had a baby by her. All right, because she will not. Her son ain't gonna be heir with my son. How would that make you feel?
I don't feel bad.
Okay, but what is she being?
She's being
You know, you know.
Mhm.
Is that a characteristic you see today? Is that behavior you see today? Okay. I just want you to see the behavior. And the reason why I want you to see the behavior, because there's nothing new under the sun. There's nothing new under the sun. And these are conversations as men that we got to have. Even if it's live and people are watching, it's a conversation that we have to have about. We have to understand women. We got to understand women. We got to understand their mood swings and characteristics because when you're born, you're taught to understand women, right? But do those women understand men?
no.
See, he said that with no hesitation.
Yeah, right.
He said that with no, he was like, no, that was just logic. Like, no.
Sure, you're right.
These are conversations. See, you got to get to know yourself. You got to get to know yourself and stick to your guns and be a man. And you got to know how to operate around women. Because right now, do you think you're operating the capacity of fully around women right now? The way that you should be operating around?
No.
Exactly. Do you think that your relationship with your sister and your mom would be better if they understood you?
Yeah.
That's a smart thing. The why do you howl, man?
Thanks.
All praises to the Most High. Let's give a clap for the Most High. Let's clap it up for the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Clap it up for the Most High. Clap it up for the Most High, man. This day is on purpose. The Most High set this day up. And if you can prove it wrong, brother, prove it wrong. Because hey, I'm fully persuaded the Most High set this day up.
Yeah.
And he brought this out for a reason, man. This is hey, brother. Can you please read this story? Because we gotta hit problems. Okay, we're gonna have to hit problems. Almost up. You're gonna see a lot of stuff.
Right.
I'm gonna try to bring the stuff to light because Yahweh brought it to me, and it made me understand.
Absolutely.
Hey, praise the Most High. Man.
Thanks. So we're in verse Genesis 21. We're starting at verse 12. And Elohim said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight, because of the lad. Excuse me. Because of the lad.
The angel was just like, man, don't be grievous because of the lad. Watch why he tells him not to be grievous. Read.
And because of thy bondwoman, and all that Sarah hath said unto thee, hearken unto her voice. When Isaac shall thy seed be called.
Like, don't trip, man. Hey, Isaac,
Right.
We want to hear it, but keep going.
And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle. And she cast the child under one of the shrubs.
And she cast the child under one of the shrubs. What do you think when she cast the child under one of the shrubs?
That was evil.
No, what do you think? What do you think she did when she cast the child under one of the shrubs?
Evil.
She threw him away, huh? Keisha, remember that song with Tupac, Keisha? She threw her baby into the trash.
Yeah. Brenda's got a baby. Mm-hmm.
Brenda's got a baby. Brenda's got a baby. Brenda cast the baby into the shrubs. Mm-hmm. Keep reading. Watch, we're going to see. Now we're going to really see if she cast the baby into the shrubs. Keep going.
Verse 16. And she went and set her down over against him a good way off, as if it were
And
a
she
shot.
sat over against him a good ways off. So she cast him, right?
Right.
Now, that has a lot to do with abortion. Because when a woman's not around a man, and this is what all men gotta stop being pieces of shit. Gotta stop being pieces of shit, brothers. You can't go out here getting these women pregnant and then leaving them high and dry. You can't do that. This is not good at all. All right? Stop being pieces of shit. Read.
For she said, let me not see the death of the child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of heaven and said unto her, what aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt.
Are the Egyptians? They're dark people. The Sidon people from Sudan, the Sidonians, dark and tall, just like dark. So this young man was highly melanated. Highly melanated.
That's right.
Keep going.
It came to pass at that time that Abimelech and Phicol, chief captain of his host, spake unto Abraham, saying, Elohim is with thee in all that thou doest. Now therefore swear unto me, here by Elohim, thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee,
Right.
thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servant had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing. Neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech. Both of them made a covenant.
Right.
Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, what mean these 7 ewe lambs, which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, these 7 ewe lambs thou shalt take of my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well.
Right.
Wherefore he called that place Beersheba.
So the well was just a significance of their covenant and everything else.
Right.
And what is going on. So that well is just a reminder of Abimelech and our father Abraham making a covenant, and Abimelech gave that land to him right there. So that is a geological location. Finding that well over there in the so-called Middle East, you know what I'm saying? You will get that. So that's why I keep telling you, I pay attention to geological locations where you can look these things up. So when people start talking about the scriptures, you know geological location. Those people were over there first. So these people over there now, those are not the original people of the land. So you're telling me you come from which part of Africa? But you're not the original people because those people were over there first.
Yeah.
So where did your people come from? They're going to be like, I don't know, because a lot of people think because they're from Africa, they know more. They really do. But we study about that. You know what I'm saying? We be studying about that. We be sitting there like, but wasn't they over there first? Well, what are you going to tell me? I'm from Africa. Well, we know more about you than you know about us. We study about you in school, buddy. World geography, everything. All right, that it.
That there's no more. verse 32.
Mhm.
Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, Phicol, chief captain of his host. They returned to the land of Philistine. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba and called there on the name of Yahweh, the everlasting Elohim.
Come on.
And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days.
Philistine. Right? I just got done talking about
Uh,
that. This is the land. Those are Hamites right there. I just got done, man. That's why you gotta pay attention to these geological locations, bro. So people don't fool you. Like, hold on, man. But the Philistines over there right now, right? No, Palestine. The Palestinians are over there. But in the Greek, it's Philistines.
mhm.
Those are Hamitic lands right there. Ham was of the dark nations. You can go to the Xandervan Bible Dictionary and look up other things and get that there. So hold on, Palestine, but that's a Philistine land. They could be like, nah, but hold on. Philistine in the Greek, Palestine means Philistine. You can just go ahead and look that up. Then they're gonna be like, you're all right, but those aren't Hamites. Then you'll read that Philistines are Hamites. They're close to the land of Canaan. And then he's like, hold on, you can go to the Bible dictionary. They were a dark nation. Well, they were kind of dark white. You know how white people get dark? No. No, they like to do that right there. Hold on. These are dark nations. Then you start naming Somalians.
Right.
Aren't there a dark nation? You can use them as, but it says Somalians right here. So the Hamites got to be darker than, or darker, or as dark as the Somalians. So what's going on? What did we get here? Huh? Buddy, I don't get what you're doing. You guys are lying. Stop lying. What was told to us? But why are you coming over to us with the BS?
Right.
Why are you coming to us with the BS, thinking that we're supposed, because you live in Africa, that you're going to come over here to America, right? Which they said is a place of dreams. What is it?
Land of free.
Land of the free, home of the brave, but of the dream, right? It's something about a dream.
What's the one, American dream?
The American, they want the American dream.
Right.
It's a dream. Dreams don't always come true. You know what I'm saying? It's just a dream. It's a dream. What are you doing, man?
Yes.
Oh.
Good.
Were they listening in or they had
It's on mute.
no, I said, what did they do? Just talking. Betas. I can't listen to a beta teach. Beta males. Beta males are so disgusting to me. They just let me stop. Forgive me. I won't talk about your children. Yeah. All right, hey Zanak, are y'all?
So, have questions thus far about what we've been over? We have a question?
All right, man, we back at it like some crack addicts. Still on it. Now
I'm saying we're still on.
see what's going on. All right, man. Now we about to read Proverbs. Now we about to go over here. This is the book, man. This is a good one. Proverbs 31. Oh, let me go over here. Share my screen.
What chapter?
Proverbs 31. So we're gonna go from the book of Proverbs to Matthew 1. All right. So We're about to start back up at chapter 31, verse 1 in Proverbs. And we're not going to touch on what we went through and what we went on verses 1 through 3. But we're going to read through it, and I might say just a little bit about it going into the next, okay? Go ahead, Baba Kashaw.
Proverbs chapter 31, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What, my son, and what, the son of my womb, and what, the son of my vows? Give not thy strength unto a woman, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
Now, verse 4 is about to go into some of the ways that destroy kings, right? And it's just some prophecies that his mom taught him about women and everything else. Okay, he's just giving them what a woman is supposed to do and the things that she does, supposed to do, and the things that she does, and what makes her a powerful woman. All right, a Proverbs woman is a powerful woman. Go ahead.
It is not for kings, O Lemuel, it is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink.
So you think a king not supposed to drink wine? It's going to say why, and it's talking about in excess. Go ahead.
Lest they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted.
So that's what happens when a man gets drunk. They start to break the law and pervert it, not doing which is what is required of him. But a man can drink wine. It's just that's in excess. That's just in much. Like he's just drinking. He's just a drunk. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's not worried about that. The sounds of the bathroom. In verse 5, at least they drink and forget the law and pervert the judgment of any of the afflicted. So you're not supposed to get drunk. You're supposed to drink to be merry, be cool. You don't get drunk. When you drink, you never get drunk. Read.
Time. Give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those that be of heavy heart.
So strong drink would be like liquor, like some vodka. Like only person that's supposed to be drinking that strong drink. Like that, it's cool to drink a strong drink in a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's all right. But you know, when a person drink vodka or Henny to excess, that's really for people who was ready to die, like going to war, something like that. Go ahead.
Let him drink and forget his poverty and remember his misery no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all such are appointed to destruction.
So let's say you have a friend that's just dumb. Like he just, what's the meaning of dumb? Dumb. Temporarily unable or unwilling to speak. Temporarily unable or unwilling to speak. Somebody that's unwilling to speak just may not know something. Somebody that is temporarily unable, he may be lacking or he may be handicapped. He's just unable to do it. So you may have a friend that's just temporarily unable because he doesn't have the information. That's by definition mean dumb. Okay? So let's say you have a friend that's dumb. Do you help him? Or do you be like, man, that's his problem?
I help him. That's
a righteous thing to do. It's how you help him too. Know who you do, know of whom you do good to. Okay? If you help this person, it ain't gonna work out by you helping them. Sometimes it's good to back off. It's like, man, I helped this dude twice before. He's just not gonna accept the help. And people just gonna mess with him. He's not gonna accept it. So best is just leave him alone. And you got people of whom you do good to that they're going to accept the help and be very thankful for it. So open thy mouth, verse 8, open thy mouth for the dumb in the cause of all such as are appointed to destruction. So you know what he's about to do is, bro, you about to destroy yourself, man. Don't do that. Keep reading.
Open thy mouth, judge righteously, and plead the cause of the poor and needy. Who would find a virtuous woman, for her price is far above rubies.
Virtuous means powerful. Go ahead.
She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life.
Mm-hmm.
She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands.
Hold on. Where you at?
Verse 13.
Did you skip 11?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil.
So when a man trusts a woman, he has no need of spoil. How is a man spoiled around a woman? Because he said right here, the heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, comma, so that he shall have no need of spoil. So that he has no need of spoil. What is that?
What is spoil?
Yeah. I'll read it again. The heart of her husband doeth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil. Man trusts her. His heart safely trusts in her. His mind. That's his mind. That's the heart. Safely trust in that woman. Right? So that he shall have no need of spoil. Help him out as well.
It says spoils, talking about, like, you ever heard the term spoils of war? So spoil means gain. Gain. That means it says he have no need of spoil. He's not lacking for anything. That's what that means.
So now, no need of spoil, which is, he did it. He said it right. No need of spoil is about to go into what the woman does now. Mm-hmm. Now it's about to go into what the woman does. And the characteristic that you see about this woman right here, this is what you do, young man. You apply them to all women.
That's right.
Go ahead, Sinakoria. Because she's a helpmeet. A woman's job and her job on this earth, period, is to be a helpmeet. She's not a leader. She's not a boss. She's none of those things. The Most High calls her a helpmeet. So you stick with that. She's a helpmeet. Okay? Go ahead.
Come. She will do him good and not evil the days of her life.
She would do, I got to repeat, sorry, she would do him good and not evil for the rest of the days of his life. Right? I wish a lot of women heard that.
You don't need to hear.
But no, he did it to me, so I'm going to do it to him. That's that railing for railing. Keep going.
She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax, and worketh willingly with her hands. She is like the merchant's ships, and bringeth her food from afar. She rideth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household as a portion to her maidens.
So is she a boss chick right here? She's working, huh? She's working. It's not calling her a boss chick.
That's right.
It's showing that the woman actually does things. You know what I mean? So right now she's working. So did King Solomon's wife work? No, he didn't. He was rich. He was stanky rich. Solomon was stank rich, huh?
Oh yeah.
He was stank rich. Yeah. He was rich. So now you got two sets of women here, right? Women that are part of a marriage of the husband is rich and they don't have to work. And you have a woman right here that's a part of a marriage with multiple wives and they work. Want to know why they got multiple wives? You want to see the multiple wives in Proverbs? Let me see. Let me see if we've passed it already. Okay, hold on. Okay, start at 14.
She is like the merchant ships. She bringeth her food from afar.
Mm-hmm.
She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household and a portion to her maid.
And a what?
And a portion to her maidens.
And a portion to her maidens.
Hmm.
Let's say this. Let's say this is not multiple wives. Let's say this is not multiple
Maid servants, her servants.
wives. Maid servants.
Mm-hmm.
Say they maid servants. 70% of the time, those maidens were wives. But the nations for the man in the household. I'm just gonna say 70% of the time, because I don't want to make it look like it's all the time. All right, I don't want to put that out there. That would be a false teaching. But I'm gonna give a percentage where 70% of the time those maidens were the man's wife, aka Hagar, aka the maidens of Jacob, aka the maidens of Solomon. Right. I'm just saying.
Examples.
It didn't say those was. It's not talking about these maidens are not talking about other extra wives for men. It's not. I'm just giving you an understanding that this woman, she wasn't jealous like that. She wasn't moving like that. She didn't move in jealousy like that. She wasn't jealous of other women. She didn't want to kill other men. She didn't want to make. She was just doing that to her household. So she had a husband.
That's right.
Prophecy of King Lemuel. This is a prophecy. Yeah, you gotta take it out. This is a prophecy of King Lemuel. All right. If this is a prophecy of King Lemuel, that means this woman is one of his mama said it's the type of woman that you want to get with. This is the type of woman that you want. The woman that's going to feed her household and the other maidens too. You call other Israelite women maidens if it was an extra wife, that's a maiden. Just saying. And I'm not even going to the scriptures that say you can have many wives. I'm not. I'm just showing you the Bible. This is being read. It just don't be pointed out. All right, keep reading Bible, Shabbat.
Come. She considereth a field and buyeth it.
Mhm.
With the fruit of her hand she planteth a vineyard.
Right.
She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengtheneth her arms. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night.
Mhm.
She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands
Fringes.
hold the
Fringes.
staff.
She's putting fringes on shirts. She's making garments. She's making these things. She's doing. This is a virtuous woman. And the Most High is not going to allow this to be in this book if it just wasn't a virtuous woman. Let me ask you something real quick, young man. Why are you smiling? Tell us what's on your mind.
Laughing about something funny.
See, we want to know what it is. You got to tell us. You know what I'm saying? Do we need to go on mute so you can say it? Want us to go on mute so you can say it? We're going on mute. We're going on mute, man. We're going on mute because I want to hear this. I got to, man, because young man, you around men. Go ahead.
Verse 21. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet.
So women be like, that's a man's job. This woman went out and shoveled snow.
Go
ahead.
What I'm getting from this is like they don't have to worry about the snow. When it snows, it's cold, right? So all her family's clothed in scarlet. That means, she made clothes, she made sure everybody had their coats and everything like that to be able to stand the cold and stuff. No one had to worry about the snow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She is not afraid of the snow, for her household, for all her household are clothed in scarlet.
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Come on.
Keep on. I ain't saying that.
Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. She maketh fine linen and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchants. Strength and honor are her clothes.
Yeah. See how I push me? Go ahead.
Verse 25. Strength and honor are her clothing, and she shall rejoice in time to come. She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and her tongue is the law of kindness. She looketh well to the ways of her household, and eateth not the bread of idleness. Her children arise and call her and call her. Blessed her husband also, and he praiseth her. Many daughters have done virtuously, but thou excellest them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain, but the woman that feareth the Lord shall be praised.
So that is a strong one right there. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. Why is beauty vain?
What?
Why is beauty vain?
Just deceitful.
But why is beauty vain? Because it's praised a lot. Because a woman gets her worth when she is young. She's able to have kids when she's young. When she starts getting older, she loses that. Then she starts the pretty looks start to fade away. Have you ever seen an old woman that you can tell back in the day she was a baddie? Like, see, men get their worth in their older age. They're 35. They start getting their resources and getting a lot of wiser. They get wiser. Men are praised for their understanding and wisdom and their knowledge and their resources. Women are praised for their youth. We're totally different. Woman can't waste her youth. When she wastes her youth, it's a downhill drop from there. Because when we get older, and we got that intelligence and we got our body and our strength with us, we can still get a younger woman 18 on up. Women got to pay for it after a while. Go ahead, read.
That was it.
Verse 31, give her the fruit of her hands,
Okay.
and let her own words praise her in the gates.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to Matthew. Let's go to Matthew 1. Let me get there first. Just about. Yep.
Matthew 1:1. Book of the
Matthew what?
Matthew chapter 1 verse 1.
All right, here we go.
The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the
Right.
son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac begat Jacob. Jacob begat Judas and his brother. And Judas begat Phares, and Zerah of Thamar, and Phares begat Esrom. Esrom begat Aram, and Aram begat Amminadab, and Amminadab begat Nason, and Nason begat
These are just the
Solomon.
generations, the records, the generations of the people come, the fathers, the forefathers, and all the fathers that beget coming up to Joseph. Right?
And Solomon begat Booz, and Rahab, and Booz begat Obed of Ruth, and Obed begat Jesse, and Jesse begat David, the king of David. The king begat Solomon of her that had been the wife of
So
Uriah.
Ruth, Jesse's mom was a Moabite. Obed was an Israelite. Go ahead.
And Solomon begat Rehoboam, and Rehoboam begat Abiah, and Abiah begat Asah, and Asah begat Josaphat. Josaphat begat Joram, and Joram begat Ozias, and Ozias begat Jotham, and Jotham begat Achaz, and Achaz begat Ezekias, and Ezekias begat Manasseh. Manasseh begat Amon, and Amon begat Josias, and Josias begat Jeconias and his brethren, about the time that they were carried away to Babylon. And after Babylon, Jeconias begat Selathiel, and Selathiel begat Zorobabel. Zorobabel begat Abiah, and Abiah begat Eliakim, and Eliakim begat Azor, and Azor begat Sadak, and Sadak begat Akim. Akim begat Elud, and Elud begat Eleazar, and Eleazar begat Mathan, and Mathan begat Jacob, and Jacob begat Joseph, and the husband of Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to
So
David.
in verse 16, this is a seed line. A lot of people like to say, well, the Immaculate Conception. They like to go into that. But Joseph is the father. So he was just born of the Holy Spirit. He had a different spirit than everybody else. His spirit was different. His spirit is one that caused him to do a lot of things. He was born of the Holy Spirit. All right? Keep going. Verse 17.
So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations.
Right?
And from David unto the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations.
Hold on.
So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David unto the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon into Christ are 14 generations. Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found a child of the Holy Ghost.
She was found of a child of the Holy Ghost. Now, a lot of people will be like, well, see, the Most High put a baby in her. That will be adultery.
Just like the virgin birth.
Yeah. He was found of the seed of man. If he was found of the seed of man, what is that? The seed of compilations. Semen. He was born of a man. The same as when you go to. I'm gonna go to Romans. Romans 8:2. For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Hamashiach Yahushai hath made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do, and that it was weak through the flesh, God sent in his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh. So the Most High sent his Son. See, Yahushai condemned sin in the flesh. He overtook sin. He didn't sin in the flesh, showing us that we can't do it. Right? So when you go to Job 1:6, a lot of people like to say, well, then Most High had a lot of sons and this and that. But I was just saying Job 6 because I went too far in speaking. But just to stick to Romans 8:2, Yahushua came, but he was the seed of man. Let me see where else I can go.
I'm gonna explain more.
I got you. Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. So if he's a seed of Abraham, he have to be born regularly. Again, Hebrews 2:16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels. Because people are like, he was born in the Holy Ghost. So that means he must took on the nature of angels then. He was born like an angel. But watch this. But he took on him the seed of Abraham. Was Abraham an angel? Was he a regular man?
Yeah.
And he also married his sister too, huh?
Yeah.
So they both had the same father, huh? Yes, they did. Abraham's, remember wife Abimelech took his wife, we just finished reading? He said, yeah, it is my sister, but we don't have the same mother. So they both was born of the seed of man.
Yep.
I don't understand the Immaculate Conception when they're both born of the seed of man. So in Hebrews 2:16, for verily he took not on him the nature of angels, but he took on him the seed of Abraham. Crazy. So let's finish reading. I just wanted to throw that in there for people, just a little understanding. Go ahead.
Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privately. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife,
Right.
for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus.
He had a different spirit from everybody else's.
For he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel.
So he said, a virgin shall be with child. When he said, now a virgin shall be with child, where's that at? Now a virgin shall be with child. Sorry, I went way past
7:23.
All right. When you think of a virgin, what do you think about as a virgin? When somebody says a virgin.
Bro, that's never seen.
But it says right here, 23, behold, a virgin shall be with child. People take it as, in the world, a virgin girl has never been touched. But actually, a virgin back then was just a young woman. Maiden would be a virgin. Damsel would be a virgin. This version right here, that's where they take it out of context. Because when a lot of people read the scriptures, they start thinking worldly and how we do things today versus how they did things in the past. It's very different because she was born, he was, like it said right there, the seed of man, the seed of Abraham. Abraham wasn't an angel. Joseph wasn't an angel. Christ was a seed of Abraham. He was a Jew. Especially when you go to Hebrews 12 and 14. 7 and 14. Hebrews 7 and 14. A lot of people get that mixed up. Baba Kushab, please finish.
Says Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife, and knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus.
And people would take that took unto him his wife as they had sex. Now he got his wife and he bounced. Keep going. Oh, we're going to chapter 2 now, right?
Yep.
Go over.
This is Matthew chapter 2, verse 1.
Hold on. Let me catch the people up. Go ahead.
Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem.
Who's these wise men? Who do you think these wise men are?
The east.
But in the stories they use that, huh? But what do they call them?
Right?
Yeah, but how many?
3?
No, what do they call them? Saquon, do you remember?
They call them 3 wise men.
I thought they called them 7 wise men.
No, actually, back to their story, it is the 3 wise men.
Okay.
3 different nationalities at that.
Yeah. But this was of what nationality? These men.
Israelites.
Go ahead.
God, saying, where is he that is born, King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and we have come to worship him.
The star is an angel. The star that was up there was an angel. Because you're going to see what happens with that star. But then when they say right here in verse 1, it said there came on this wise, there came wise men from the east. It didn't say how many. It just said wise men. It didn't say 3 wise men. It didn't say 7 wise men. It just said wise men. You see what I'm saying? So they're adding to the story. And the scripture says, if you add 2, your name should be taken out of the book of life. Add not to, nor take away. Look, he left. He's like, hold on.
Right?
So some people are adding too, huh?
Got that right.
Hey, you see why you need to be amongst us? Because you learned. So I'm just saying, is this a good thing you came? Are you learning? And you're getting it actually from the book, right? See? Like I said, people should watch. Because we start from the beginning to the end. One of the other bros said, hey man, you should be having fun. You getting the milk. He's on our channel right now. You got your phone? Subscribe to my channel so you can listen to other channels. Call the next question. You're just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Right.
Let's keep going, Baba Kushab.
Yeah. And when he had gathered, so verse 3, when Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, and thou Bethlehem in the land of Judea and of Judah art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of these shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again, that I may come and worship him also. When they had heard the king, they departed, and lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them, till they came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary, his mother.
Hold on right here. You got in the book of Micah, chapter 5 and verse 2. Right? But thou, Bethlehem, Ephrathah, though thou be little among thousands of Judah, yet out of thee shall he come forth unto me, that is to be a ruler in Israel, whose going forth have been from the old, from everlasting. Again, whose goings forth have been from the old, from everlasting. Like when you go to Genesis, all through Genesis, Yahushua has been there. Have you ever been proven that from the beginning Yahushua is from the beginning and created everything and then all through it? Yeah, that's cool. Watch my channels. I go through all of my channels. All right, finish reading. So show you that this has been of old of Christ, who Mashiach Yahushua, Yahushua Mashiach. That's how he said, Yahushua Mashiach, Savior, the anointed. There's only one. When you say Yahushua Mashiach, you're only talking about one person, because there's a lot of Yahushua. There's the brothers that call themselves Yahushua. There's they call the white boy Caesar Borgia Yahushua, the Savior and everything else. But Yahushua Mashiach is only one. Go ahead.
And when they were come into
chapter verse
Matthew chapter 2 verse 11, when they saw the verse 10, when they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold, and frankincense, and myrrh.
So remember I said that the star, that was what's going to happen with that star? What did I say was going to happen with that star? The star is going to come down right here in verse 9. When they had heard the king, they departed. And lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. So that star that was in the sky was an angel in his what? His nimbus. It came down and stood right over the house, showing them where Yahushua Mashiach was. All right, go ahead.
Verse
12, I believe.
Verse 12. And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word for Herod. Until I bring thee word. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him.
Okay.
When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt, and was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time of which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, In Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for the children, and would not be comforted because they are not. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appears in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, Arise, and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel.
So why do you think they went into Egypt? Why do you think Joseph took his wife and Yahushua into Egypt? If he was a white boy, everybody would know who they are. Can't hide that. Won't be able to hide. How can white people hide amongst a bunch of black people? Herod gonna be able to find him. That white boy will be able to find that white boy. Think Herod looking for a white boy? Why would he be looking for his own people to kill? You'll be able to find that. Be able to find that. It's so easy. And history already shows, Egypt were Hamites. Egyptians. You can go to the Blue Letter Bible, not the Blue Letter, but the Xanavin Bible Dictionary. It shows you that Egyptians are a dark nation. We did that before. All we gotta do is look to the Somalians. Because it said the Somalians, those are dark people. And then you got the Egyptians. It says Egyptians too, huh?
It does.
So was because those people are Egyptians, they're a Hamitic nation, they're a dark nation. Wouldn't a white boy be able to be seen amongst some Egyptians?
Yeah.
They would. So those niggas hiding among Egyptians. Because if Herod go over there, he's gonna be like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, right.
He's gonna be like, man, how we gonna be able to find them? There's a lot of them over here. You see what I'm saying? You see the hypocrisy going on here, the lies that are scattered. You see why you got to be thoroughly furnished in the truth, in the scriptures, and understand this and know it. That's why we go above. Coming from a good camp like that, man, I would say Sakari is a damn good camp. Just young, dumb, and full of cum. Just young and dumb. So I would say they're dumb. I'm just saying that's what you call a young man. They just full of themselves. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say. I say they're grown a lot. A lot. Especially from when I came from. They grown a lot. Became fine men. And every camp has their problems. So I wouldn't say you can't put just every camp has their problems. You know what I mean? It's everybody going to hold themselves accountable for what they've done in this truth. That's it. Other than that, where we at, bud?
Verse
Start when you find it.
verse 22. But when he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee.
Mm-hmm.
And he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets, he shall be called a Nazarene.
So we're done with Matthew. So we're going to be going through the New Testament. So it's going to be a lot of reading and everything. You're just getting to know because when you start going into Matthew, how Shai is teaching. He's starting to get the prophets and he's going to start teaching. This is just a little story about it. This is just a little story about it. Now you got to see when he comes into play, when it's supposed to happen, teaching brothers, getting them in their discipleship, teaching them how this thing's supposed to be done. This is how we're going to do things. You know what I'm saying? So this is the good thing that we're going into Matthew, especially when we just got here. We've been here for like a month, probably almost a week.
That's right.
Almost a week we've been. So a month and almost a week, man,
It's the Most High.
God, man. Things happen fast for us coming here. It was like, and it's been a month. I'm like, damn, I hit the ground running, boy. Sprints.
Chocolate.
I was beating Usain Bolt and running when I got here. But at the same time, you got any questions? Because we're gonna start in second Maccabees. No, first Maccabees. You got any questions? Hey, let me go on mute real quick because young Prince over here. go. Here we go. Let me go to Maccabees real quick. I like this app right here on the internet because it has the Apocrypha on it too.
And still mute?
Nah.
Oh.
Off of me. Come on, man. All right. Shoot for the stars. It's a
First Maccabees 12:1.
Right.
Now when Jonathan saw the time served him, chose certain men, and sent them to Rome,
right,
for to confirm and renew the friendship that they had with them. He sent letters also to the Lacedaemonians and to other places for the same purpose. So when we went to Rome, entered into the Senate, and said, Jonathan, the high priest and the people of the Jews, send us unto you, to the end ye should renew the friendship which ye had with them, and leave as in the former time.
Mm-hmm.
Upon this the Romans gave them letters unto the governors of every place. They should bring them into the land of Judea peaceably. And this is the copy of the letters which Jonathan wrote to the Lacedaemonians.
Like so, I said it while I was reading it right.
Lacedaemonians.
They're Romans, yeah, Lacedaemonians. Lacedaemonians, yeah. So now here goes the letter. This is what they wrote to. Now go ahead. This is the letter. This is what they wrote to. All right, this is what Jonathan and them wrote to the Romans. Right here, and I even marked it. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Jonathan, the high priest, and the elders of the nation, and the priests, and the other people of the Jews, unto the Lacedaemonians, their brethren, send greeting. There were letters sent in times past unto Onias, the high priest from the rights, who reigned then among you, signify that ye are our brethren, as a copy here underwritten doth specify. At which time Onias entreated the ambassador that was sent honorably and received the letters wherein declaration was made of the league and friendship. Therefore, we also.
Where you at? What verse?
On the 9th verse.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
Therefore, we also, albeit we need none of these things, but that we have the holy books of Scripture.
Yeah, we don't need no friend. We don't need those things again because right, we have the Holy Scriptures now.
That's right.
Go ahead.
In our hands to comfort us. Have nevertheless attempted to send unto you for the renewing of brotherhood, friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you altogether.
Right.
There's a long time past since he sent unto us. We therefore, at all times, without ceasing,
right,
both in our feasts and other convenient days, do remember you in the sacrifices which we offer,
right,
and in our prayers. As reason is.
This is why we did that. This is why we had y'all in our prayers. Go ahead.
As reason is, and as it becometh us to think upon our brethren, and we are right glad of your honor.
Is he giving them too much praise? Because they're still under the hand of the Christian.
Yeah,
it's too much. That's too much. Watch this. Because when I was reading this week, this is Sirach 12, Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 1. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it. So shalt thou be thanked for thy benefits. Do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense. And if not from him, yet from the Most High.
That's right.
Right? There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth to no alms. Give to the godly man and help not a sinner. I'm gonna stop right there because
Right.
this is going to watch it's going to unfold because this is our problem.
Right.
This is one of our problems.
True.
It's cool to have a covenant with other people, but to overexalt that, man, that's overexaltation.
Right.
And I'm glad it was like, well, we have the whole scripture. A lot of stuff we don't need. But this is one of the brothers saying that they are brothers. They are brothers. Remember that. These other nations are our brothers. Yeah. So when a white boy or somebody else say, yeah, you my bro, can't deny that they're not. You can't. But the thing is, they broke the brotherly covenant.
That's right.
They personally didn't break the brotherly covenant. But I do what the Most High do. I judge a nation as a whole. Your ancestors did. And it still has not been fixed today. And you still have not fixed what your ancestors broke. And what done to my ancestors. They're in the books. So, shall I trust the heathen? No. I wouldn't trust the heathen as far as I can kick it. It ain't far. I ain't got that godly power, which I want. But can't kick them that far. That's how far I'm going to trust them. Right there. So, Bible chapter and verse, please.
First Maccabees 12:10. Have none of us attempt to send unto you for no brother friendship, lest we should become strangers unto you also. Yeah, there's a long time since he sent unto us. We therefore at all times, without ceasing, both in our feasts and other convenient days, do remember you in the sacrifices which we offer, and in our prayers,
God.
as reason is,
Right.
and as it becometh us to think upon our brethren.
Right.
We are right glad of your honor. As for ourselves, we have had great troubles and wars on every side, for so much as the kings that are round about us have fought against us.
Right.
Howbeit, we would not be troublesome unto you, nor to others of our confederates and friends in these wars.
Right.
We have help from heaven. We have help from heaven.
That was the wrong thing to say, though.
What's that?
That howbeit we would not be troublesome unto you, nor to others of our confederates and friends in these wars. I mean, not that we're going to do that, but to put that in there is like, all right, cool, man, yeah. They always do that. Yeah, they're not going to come against us. So we're going to keep doing things to them because that's why people like today, they're so complacent. Like, this is what I don't like. Our people can be mean as hell to one another. And then when another nation come around, they're so nice to them. You seen that before, huh? That is sickening. It's like, hold on. Have you heard this before? We hate who we're supposed to love, and we love who we're supposed to hate. That's crazy, man. That stuff is crazy. Is just insane. It's like sick. Like you're a sick bastard, bro. Just why you hate who you're supposed to love? Why do you love who you're supposed to hate? That's called Stockholm Syndrome. When you try to make a Stockholm Syndrome, meaning when you try to make a league with your slave master, you try to make a good relationship between y'all. That's Stockholm Syndrome, man. And you'll see that in a lot of people, man. Read Bible. Go ahead.
This is the letter that dude in Rome sent to the Macedonians.
Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan. This is a letter that he sent to the Macedonians.
We looked up in.
Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology.
Send me that link if you don't mind. Go ahead.
So this article is called "The Spartans, Children of Abraham, Brothers of the Jews." Right? Arius, king of the Macedonians, to Onias sendeth greeting. We have met with certain writings whereby we have discovered that both the Jews and the Macedonians are of one stock and are derived from the kindred of Abraham. It is but therefore that you, who are our brethren, should send to us about any of your concerns as you please. We will also do the same thing and esteem your concerns as our own, and we will look upon our concerns as in common with yours. Demetrius, who brings you this letter, will bring your answer back to us. This letter is four square, and the seal is an eagle with a dragon in his claws.
Mm.
So, right there.
Those are just letters.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? That was written back and forth.
Yeah, that was and then, people were scared to face us and everything. We were the original Spartans. We were the Spartans.
Sparta!
We were the Spartans that they were scared of and everything.
But
Right.
I heard different, but we'll talk about that at a different time. I heard different, but you got facts, and I will have to prove with facts. But I have heard different in a lot of different things. I also, I'm not going to go into it, but that's cool.
Right. The Hebrew word for merchants, they called us merchants and everything in the Apocrypha. The Hebrew word for merchants, one of the tribe of Dan's noted professions, is Heracleum, similar to the Greek name of Hercules.
Yeah.
Heracles could Hercules then have been one of the same as Samson? Could what became a fantastical Greek legend have been seeded by Danite merchants? And could the same explanation be given for numerous other similar biblical parallels appearing in Greek legends? Right? So they made Hercules based off of Samson. And this is how a lot of the merchants, right, that's why they call us merchants, because in their language it means Hercules, which is Hercules. That's how we were. That's how strong we were. That's the power that we had, is what they called Hercules.
Look at all of our warriors in the NFL and the MLB and the NBA. Those are all our warriors right there that fight for us in wars. That's them big boys right there. Those are our warriors for our army and our military. They're all playing in the NFL. Imagine if none of them played in the NFL. They'd be all in the streets. They'd be war all the time.
Yeah.
That's some big boys, huh? 6'5", 6'8", 300-some pounds, moving like a Mack truck coming down the road. Imagine that one of them jabbers grab a sword and they start swinging it at you with ease, like a toothpick. They pick it up like a toothpick. Yeah. Our warriors off the chain. They feared us, man. See, they fear the Niners. Those are all our warriors on the team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Imagine the football teams you like, and they fear other people. Fear them like I wouldn't want to play with them. Imagine on the battlefield. Imagine the battlefield, man, when they saw us, and we moved the way we moved. We ran the way we ran. We jumped the way we jumped.
Look at they painted Samson as a white boy. Picture of Samson taking down a lion.
Oh man,
white.
That's that one. Oh my God, I see a croc. I see a crocodile. Nah, man. That's what you call cataclysm right there, when they start painting the black pictures white. Or kind of clever. Yeah. Trying to tell you, brother. But we're very, very, we were to come to where we are now. It's insane, man. It's insane. That's why you gotta learn about this. You gotta get your face in the book and ask questions so they can get answers. So you can grow mentally. You grow. You want to grow and be able to not be fooled in front of people when they start talking about things. You're like, I don't sound, and you're able to prove it. So you're lying, right? You give them the proof. Everybody looking at this little boy just came over here. It makes you calm too, not effeminate. Let me explain. How many young men in your school, they get mad real quick and pop off and get mad. They'll fight just like that. You don't really got to say nothing to them. They just ready to fight. Effeminate. They're acting like their mom and their mom act like that. just ready to fight. Women want to fight 0.2 seconds. I mean, they got so bad to a little 110-pound woman who thinks she can beat up a 350-pound man. That's crazy. I was at work, this little 110-pound woman, right? Really had the nerve to think that she can whoop on me. I was like, you act like you can whoop on me. And she was like, I am. I'm like, you really think you can get away with that? Yeah. Huh. That is funny. And I just answered it like that to show her, like, I would throw you across the bus.
But check this out. The Spartans were not native to Greece. The historian Herodotus wrote that the Spartans arrived in Greece from Egypt. The Spartans also noted for celebrating new moons and Israelite practice. And the seventh day of the month, right? About Simeon at Sparta theory explains that this could be a corruption of worship on the seventh day of the week. And the Spartans are known to have worshipped a great lawgiver from the dim past, whom Collins suggested could be Moses. So these Spartans, Simeon, Simeon and the Apocrypha, how they had took down that's who they're calling that were the Spartans and stuff.
All right, we'll get to it. I don't want to go too deep in it because it'll make us go totally off. Go ahead. Chapter and verse.
First Maccabees 12 and 10. I've nevertheless attempted to send unto you for renewal of brotherhood, friendship, lest we should become strangers.
We passed 10. We over on 13.
My bad. As for ourselves, we have had great troubles and wars on every side, for so much as the kings that are round about us have fought against us. Howbeit, we will not be troublesome unto you, nor to others, for our confederates and friends in these wars. We have help from heaven that succoureth us, so as we are delivered from our enemies, and our enemies are brought on the foot. For this cause, we chose Numenius, the son of Antiochus, Antipater, the son of Jason, and sent them unto the Romans to renew the amity that we had with them and the former league.
So the Israelites sent 2 white boys to the white boys to the league. That's like a great slap in the face, though, to be honest with you. We got these white boys on lock. They're going to do what the hell we tell them. We got Antiochus' son. Antiochus was the one that tormented the hell out of us. Now we got his son under our foot. So you can see the stuff that if Antiochus tormented the hell out of us after Alexander the Greek died. Then it's going on. Now we're sending Antiochus' son and Antipater to the Romans to send message for us, right? And those are the Romans. Now we're going into the Roman captivity next. So first Maccabees going to the second Maccabees is going to soon be talking about what? The Roman captivity. But sooner or later, the Romans are going to want to take over and go to war with us. As soon as they finish building Antwerp. Because right now, the Romans are getting strong. I've been reading this. The Romans are getting strong, man. Keep reading.
Verse 3:15. We have help from heaven that support us, so as we deliver from our enemies. Our enemies are brought underfoot. For this cause, we chose Numenius, the son of Antiochus, Antipater, the son of Jason, sent them unto the Romans to renew the amity that we had with them and the former league. Commanded them also to go unto you and to salute you and deliver you our letters concerning renewing of our brotherhood. Wherefore now, you should do well, give us an answer thereto. And this is the copy of the letters which Onarius sent. Arius, king of the Lacedaemonians, to Ananias, the high priest, greeting. It is found in writing.
Mhm.
Lacedaemonians and Jews are brethren,
So this is another letter. Go ahead.
and that they were the stock of Abraham. Now therefore, since this has come to our knowledge, ye shall do well to write unto us for your prosperity.
And this is what he was just reading in his articles about them being stock of Abraham. Go ahead. Don't mean they're Israelites. One is Israelite, one may not be. Go ahead.
We do write again to you. Your cattle and goods are ours, and ours are yours.
Mhm.
We do command, therefore, our ambassadors to make report unto you on this wise.
Right.
And when Jonathan heard that Demetrius' princes come to fight against them, the great host in a four, he removed from Jerusalem and met them in the land of Amethyst. For he gave them no respite
Respite.
to enter his country.
He didn't stop it. He didn't show no aggression or anything like that. They just let him come. Go ahead.
He sent spies also unto their tents, came again and told him they were appointed to come upon them in the night season. Wherefore so soon as the sun was down, Jonathan commanded his men to watch and to be in arms, that all the night long they might be ready to fight.
Right.
Also he sent forth sentinels,
Guards.
round about the host. When the adversaries heard that Jonathan and his men were ready for battle, they feared and trembled in their hearts, and they kindled fires in their camps.
Mm-hmm.
Howbeit Jonathan and his company knew it not till the morning, for they saw the lights burning. Jonathan pursued after them, and overtook them not, for they were going over the river Eleutherus. But Jonathan turned to the Arabians, who were called Zabadeans, and smote them and took their spoils. Moving thence, he came to Damascus,
Right.
and so passed through all the country. Simon also sent forth and passed through the country unto Ascalon, and the holds there adjoining, from whence he turned aside to Joppa and won it.
Right.
For he had heard that they would deliver the hold unto them that took Demetrius' part.
Right.
Wherefore he set a garrison there to keep it. And this came Jonathan home again, and calling the elders of the people together, he consulted with them about building a stronghold in Judea, but making the walls of Jerusalem higher, and raising great amount between the tower and the city, for to separate it from the city, that so it might be alone, that men might neither sell nor buy in it.
37.
Upon this came together to build up the city, was much as part of the wall toward the brook on the east side was fallen down.
Mm-hmm. That was from a insurrection. Right.
And they repaired that which was called Cathnatha. Simon also set up Adida and Cephala, and made it strong with gates and bars. Now Tryphon went about to get the kingdom of Asia, to kill Antiochus the king. They might set the crown upon his own head. Howbeit he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer him, and that he would fight against him. Wherefore he sought a way how to take Jonathan, that he might kill him. So he removed and came to Bethsan. And Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle, and came to Bethsan. Now when Tryphon,
It's Tryphon.
Tryphon,
I think you can say it Tryphon. If you say it straight through. Go ahead.
Now when Tryphon saw that Jonathan came so great a force, he durst not stretch his forth. He durst not stretch his hand against him, received him honorably, and commanded him unto all his friends, and gave him gifts, and commanded his men of war to be obedient unto him as to himself. Unto Jonathan also he said, Why hast thou put all this people to so great trouble? Okay.
Go ahead.
First Maccabees 12:39. Now Tryphon went about the kingdom of Asia and killed Antiochus the king. They might set the crown upon his own head. Howbeit he was afraid Jonathan would not suffer him.
So who do that these days? Now Tryphon went about to get the kingdom of Asia, and they killed Antiochus the king because he ruled over Asia. Right? That he might set the crown upon his own head. Watch this in verse 40. Go ahead.
Howbeit he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer him.
He's very Jonathan was this. I ain't gonna do that because Jonathan gonna come and get me. If I kill Antiochus, because remember, Jonathan sent Antiochus and Antipater to what? The Romans to speak. He's over them. They do things for Jonathan, the Israelites now. The Israelites over them. So Tryphon not trying to mess with Jonathan. Now, you may have some friends that are like that. You may have some friends that's like, man, dude's not trying to do nothing to him because he think they're going to do something to him. So what are you going to think he's going to do? He's going to try to set them up so he can take over him. I'm going to get them in trouble so I can get him. That's the whole move. Keep going.
Okay. Howbeit he was afraid that Jonathan would not suffer, and that he would fight against him. Wherefore he sought a way how to take Jonathan, that he might kill him. So he removed and came to Bethsan. Jonathan went out to meet him with 40,000 men chosen for the battle.
That is what's the different leagues of the NFL?
But the conference.
Yeah, the conferences. AFL,
AFC and NFC.
AFC and NFC. So the NFC went with Jonathan.
Right.
And you still got the AFC over here.
Yeah.
But the NFC went with Jonathan. 40,000 men. These are 40,000 brothers, man. At the time our statue was strong, bro. Bro, imagine 40,000 black men coming. We about to go get these brothers over here. That's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of men. That's a lot, bro. That's why it's imperative that we have kids and we keep them. Because those are our doctors, our lawyers, our judges, our army, our navy. things like that. Go ahead.
40,000 men chosen for the battle. He came to Bethsan. When Traphon saw that Jonathan came with so great force, he durst not stretch his hand against him, but received him honorably, and commended him unto all his friends.
Right.
He gave him gifts, and commanded his men of war to be as obedient unto him as
He was
to
acting
himself.
like a lot of these sucker booty ass little boys right here, huh? Man, this is my homeboy right here, man. But deep inside, you want to get him. That leads me to a precept. Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. It takes a while for iron to rust, right?
Yeah.
It does. And that's how your enemy is. It takes a while to see his rust and when he's going to rust. Watch this. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed, and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as thou hast wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. So when you know somebody that's wicked, you know they are, but they acting like they not. Just give them time. They're going to show how they really are. Because you already know how they are. You can see it. But you just sit back and chill, and you play your part, man. No, I'm good, but you're good. But everybody else, you're going to sit back and watch when his rust start to show. And then everybody else going to be like, oh, we get what you was talking about. It's going to show. See, but you see it. See how the scriptures help you just plain to see it. It takes somebody to just get you to understand and see what's going on and put it out there for you like, oh, okay. Yeah, you wicked. It's going to show. And this is for your friend, your family, your mother, your sister, your daughter, your kids. Lord willing, you ain't got no kids. Yeah. Okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, your teachers, you know, your teacher, they just got that spirit on them that they're wicked. Don't say they're wicked just yet. Give them enough time to prove you right. But watch yourself. Tread lightly. Tread lightly, y'all. Because soon they're going to show their wickedness, man. They're going to show how wicked they are. Right? And real quick.
Oh, my bad.
Verse 12. Set him not by thee. What does that mean? Set him not by you. Don't be his friend. You know they're wicked. Don't be their friend. Don't set them by you. This is going to happen. Because this is what's happening right now. Look, this is going to happen what we're reading. Set him not by thee. Watch. Lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And thou at the last remember my words, and be pricked therewith. Then you're going to remember what we say. Don't do it. Don't be his friend. Then he's going to try to take your place. How many white boys you know dress black now? A lot, huh? And now the black women are going over there trying to mess with him.
Yeah, they're starting to say interracial marriages are number one.
You know, the Bible said that 4,000 years ago. Not see, because now he think he more black than you. Now you see, don't say he gonna be wicked. Trust me. Give him time to show his wickedness. Give him time. Always give that Edomite, that other heathen, time to show their wickedness. Don't be their friend. Hey, bro, we cool. We go to school. Each other. Yeah, man. We cool. So, hey, man, you coming over? Nah. And then when you start being wicked around people, you're like, man, that's why I just don't mess with you right there. I just know sooner or later you're about to be wicked. Like, why would you not take this from a black man, but you would take this from a white boy? What makes a white boy? Are you saying these white boys are better than us? And guess what she gonna say? Well, y'all do it. What does it matter? So you saying I did? She's not. I'm not talking about you, but we're talking, and you're bringing up everybody else beside me. So you saying I do it? How many black men do it? Give me a percentage. You can't say a lot because you're throwing a lot of black men in there that don't do it. What's the percentage of black men that go with white?
Probably like 65.
It's only 13% of men, black men that do it. It's not a lot. You can go to blackdemographics.com and see that. The CDC tells you that. See right there? It seems like 65% of black men do it, huh? But now let's do this. Why do black men mess with white women?
Because they don't want to face what white women have.
They don't what?
They don't want to, like, I don't
No, go ahead. Say it.
explain it.
You just explained. I just didn't hear you.
I guess because black women are like not as submissive as white women.
Let me ask you this. Would you marry a woman like your mama?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she's a good woman.
What makes her good?
She cares for her kids. She doesn't, go to her. She follows true and
Okay. Would you marry a black woman?
Yeah.
Okay. How many of your friends would marry black women? A lot. Do you see a lot? Do you see a lot of black men with white women?
Yeah, like people that's like in high school, stuff like older, like teenagers, like 17 and up.
What do that tell you about their household?
I don't know.
They don't like their mama.
Oh, my mom told me to.
It starts from the home. If your son is not willing to marry a woman that looks like you, y'all have problems. That's a good point. I mean, it don't stop there. That's just. Would you agree that's the start of it? I'm not saying it all branches from there.
It's one aspect of it.
It's one aspect of it. But then you have the understanding, be like, well, how's the relationship between you and your mom? And then you ask the young black female, how's the relationship between you and your father? And she might say, what? One of them might say, my daddy ain't there. My daddy, he over here, he over there. So who's raising her? Her mama. And her mom may have an attitude from hell. And she just hate black men. So what are black women going to do? So this is what I tell them. And I'm sticking by this, man. Because I don't see it nowhere in the scriptures, because if you're considered a publican, we don't have to do nothing for you. If you're considered a publican, we from the people, huh? That's right. So if a woman commit treason, then what? She committed treason. Oh, you want to go with them? So when stuff pop off, leave us alone. You're basically saying they're better than us. That's what she's saying. Not understanding, so they're better than us. What do you think when I say that?
Oh.
You don't think that's what they're saying?
Yeah, I do think that way.
What would you say no for?
I don't think they're better than us.
No, that's what she thinks.
Oh.
That's what he thinks. I've done it. That's what I thought. Black women got on my nerves. They did. I didn't even want to talk to them. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm like, and I love them because that's all I dealt with. My mama couldn't believe I was with a white girl. She couldn't believe. She was like, what? Because I was always dealing with. But then I got tired of it. We got tired of it. So when you set your enemy by you, they want to stand up in your place. That's why you're friends with your own people, bro. And it's bad enough we got a big problem with our own people, don't we? A lot of our people don't like each other, huh? Kill each other, we fight each other real quick. Why do we need to go deal with other people then? We love who we're supposed to hate, and we hate who we're supposed to love. That's why you hang out with your own bros, your own people, man. Doesn't mean you gotta hate them. I mean, just I do business with y'all. We can make some money. We can do that. I'm not finna teach you to date our women. I don't want you to date my woman. You know, say our women, leave our women on. Go over there and go get. Why y'all don't want Becky? And you can mess with them like you must hate white women, huh? I mean, if you're messing with her, you don't like your own women. You're saying that she's better. That's what you're saying. And that's how you hurt their feelings, bro. You're saying she's better. Black women are better than white women. I know that. I know black women better than white women. And you think so too. That's why I like black women, because they're better than any other better than any other women on the world. So when he goes for a black woman, that's what he's saying. There's no getting out of that. See, now you know what they think. Now you're getting it from the OGs that know that's telling you, bro. It's called implication. They're implying. They don't have to say it. They're implying. Actions speak louder than words. They're implying that. Baba Kashan?
There's Maccabees 12.
I think you were at 45.
Okay. Therefore, send them now home again. Choose a few men to wait on thee. Come thou with me to Ptolemais, for I will give it thee and the rest of the strongholds and forces, and all that have any charge. As for me, I will return and depart. This is the cause of my coming. Jonathan, believing him, did as he bade him, and sent away his host, went into the land of Judea. With himself he retained but 3,000 men, of whom he sent 2,000 to Galilee and 1,000 with him. Now, as soon as Jonathan entered into Ptolemais, there Ptolemais shut the gates and took him, and all them that came with him they slew with the sword. Then sent Tryphon a host of footmen, horsemen, to Galilee, into the great plain to destroy all Jonathan's company.
Right.
When they knew that Jonathan and they that were with him were taken and slain, they encouraged one another and went close together, prepared to fight.
They got him in there. They got him in there.
True.
They got Jonathan now, man. He talked Jonathan in the taxi. That's why you don't trust your damn bros.
Just not
you know when you can trust somebody? When you're both everybody. You can always trust somebody when they're set by the same rules as you. When you guys go by the same morals, same statutes, and same commandments. And when you both your word is your bond, you don't break it. When you both understand that, hey, we're going to go and buy this law and we're not going to break it, now you can hold somebody accountable. You can never hold anybody accountable to be accountable for their actions if you guys don't apply to the same statutes. Moral, civil, dietary, and ceremonial. It's hard. It's very hard. When they don't go to the same, when people don't apply themselves and live off the same standards, they're going to go off when they feel like it. When they feel justified to do something, they're going to go off. They're justified in what they've done. They're not going to handle things the way it's supposed to be handled. They're not set by. That's why people don't get along, because they're not set by the same rules. When people are set by the same rules, they hold themselves accountable for the things that they're doing. But when they're not, they're going to change up. They're going to keep changing up, keep changing up, keep changing up, keep changing up. But a real brother, a real sister will repent and don't let that happen again. That's when you can trust people. You can trust that you can bring out these scripts and they're going to repent when you show them that they're wrong. They're going to repent from it. Where are you at?
Verse 50, verse 51. But when they knew that Jonathan and they that were with him were taken and slain, they encouraged one another and went close together, prepared to fight. They followed upon them, perceiving that they were ready to fight for their lives, turned back again. Whereupon they all came to the land of Judea peaceably, and there they bewailed Jonathan and them that were with him, and they were sore afraid. Wherefore all Israel made great lamentation. All the heathen that were round about them sought to destroy them. For said they have no captain, nor any to help them. Therefore, let us make war upon them and take away their memorial from among them.
I'm gonna read a chapter here for it. And that's where you like in verse 53 is where you can precept with Psalms 83, 1 through 12. They have made a confederate against thy hidden ones. Right? These heathen are always making confederate. When you go to Tobit as well, in the book of Tobit, they tell you that the kings of the earth already know why we're going through what we're going through. Because we don't have our power. The Most High. When we with the Most High and we keep the law, He defends us, He guides us. People have not kept the law long enough to prove that wrong. It's right. Most High guides us all the time. And Most High gets people a lot. All I do is keep the law. I'm good. And it's faith. I know once I keep the law and all the time and I walk in integrity of heart and I do what I'm supposed to do, stay in my integrity, good, man. Anything I put my hand to is going to be blessed. And you got to believe that. And watch things start happening. Start really, really, really happening. Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Verse Maccabees 13 and 1. When Simon heard that Tryphon had gathered together a great host to invade the land of Judea and destroy it, and saw that the people was in great trembling and fear, he went up to Jerusalem and gathered the people together and gave them exhortation, saying, Ye yourselves know what great things I and my brethren in my father's house have done for the laws and the sanctuary, the battles also and troubles which we have seen, by reason whereof all my brethren are slain for Israel's sake, and I am left alone. Now, therefore,
so this is the third brother.
Therefore, be it far from me that I should spare mine own life, and any and gathered to destroy us of very malice. Now, as soon as the people heard these words, their spirit revived, and they answered with a loud voice, saying, Thou shalt be our leader, instead of Judas and Jonathan thy brother. Fight thou our battles, and whatsoever thou commandest us, that will we do. So then he gathered together all the men of war and made haste to finish the walls of Jerusalem.
After when that was broken down, that people had an insurrection. Go ahead.
And he fortified it round about. Also, he sent Jonathan, the son of Absalom, and with him a great power, to Joppa, who casting out them that were therein, remained there in it. So Tryphon removed from Ptolemais with a great power to invade the land of Judea, and Jonathan was with him in ward.
Right.
But Simon pitched his tents at Adida over against the plain.
Right.
When Tryphon knew that Simon was risen up.
Keep going. Watch what happens.
Okay.
This is what's not we're saying.
All right. When Tryphon knew that Simon was risen up instead of his brother Jonathan, and meant to join battle with him, he sent messages unto him, saying, Whereas we have Jonathan thy brother in hold, it is for money that he is owing unto the king's treasure, concerning the business that was committed unto him. Wherefore now, send 100 talents of silver, and 2 of his sons for hostages.
Right.
That when he...
That was crazy.
Yeah, right.
That's innocent. His 2 sons for hostages. I mean, he was trying not to have the people to go against him. That's what it was. But that'd be crazy. Like if they got me hostage, you better not send my sons. Leave me there.
Yeah, right.
Don't come and get. Nah, don't we find a better thing? I would want you to come and get me, but you better not send my sons.
Right.
You already got me hostage. Why you send my 2 sons? That's stupid.
It is. Kill the bloodline. One fell swoop. Verse 16. Wherefore now, send 100 talents of silver, and 2 of his sons for hostages, that when he is at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we will let him go. Hereupon Simon, albeit he perceived that they spake deceitfully unto him, yet sent he the money and the children, lest peradventure he should procure to himself great hatred of the people, who might have said, because I sent him not the money and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead. So he sent them the children and the 100 talents, howbeit trifling dissembled, neither would he let Jonathan go. And after the same trifling, to invade the land and destroy it, going round about by the way that leadeth into Adorah. But Simon and his host marched against them in very place, wheresoever he went. Now they,
Continue.
Now they that were in the tower sent messengers unto Tryphon, to the end that he should hasten his coming unto them by the wilderness, and sent them victuals. Wherefore Tryphon made ready all his horsemen to come that night. But there fell a very great snow, by reason whereof he came not. So he departed and came to the country of Galaad. And when he came near to Bascama, he slew Jonathan, who was buried there. Afterward, Tryphon returned and went to his own land. Then sent Simon, took the bones of Jonathan, his brother, buried them in Modin, the city of his fathers. All Israel made great lamentation for him, and bewailed him many days. Simon also built a monument upon the sepulchre of his father and his brethren, and raised it aloft to the site which hewn stone behind, and with hewn stone behind. Verse 27. 27, excuse me.
Go ahead.
Moreover, he set up 7 pyramids, one against another, for his father and his mother, and his 4 brethren. And in these he made cunning devices, about the which he set great pillars. And upon the pillars he made all their armor for perpetual memory. And by the armor ships carved, that they might be seen of all that sail on the sea. This is the sepulchre which he made at Modin, and it standeth yet unto this day. Now Tryphon dealt deceitfully with the young king Antiochus, and slew him. And he reigned in his stead, and crowned himself king of Asia, and brought a great calamity upon the land. Then Simon built up strongholds in Judea, and fenced them about within high towers, and great walls, and gates, and bars, and laid up victuals therein. Moreover, Simon chose men, and sent the king Demetrius, to the end he should give the land and immunity, because all that Tryphon did was to spoil.
Yep, Tryphon was just trying to take over, man. Tryphon was just trifling.
Yeah.
He was trying to get it, man. These stories are very, very important, man. It's history. It's to know when everything was going on, what happened at that time. You can go into different books and get that. Like if you go into Leonardo da Vinci's book, you start talking about black writers and black kings and a bunch of other stuff. This is history. This things that people just don't. This is how you prove a lot of things wrong. But in that time, you can go into different books to prove the things that you're saying is wrong. There's a lot of things you can prove in the books that is wrong. Like they want you to write a paper. You can write a paper and debunk the book that they had you read. Just with other books. In the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, may every matter be established. This truth is heavy. Wisdom is heavy, ain't it? Can you feel it being heavy? It's like, damn. But it takes you to keep reading. You can't read it just once. And the more you read it, you see different things, man. And you see how we can just keep right here and keep talking and keep talking and keep talking. Because we know a lot. I know a lot of things about the book, and I can be like, go over here, and then go over here, and go over there, and then go over here, and hit there, go down south, and hit that way, hit that way. It's because I done read it so many times to the point where it's just, I know what it's talking about now. I wouldn't say I know it fully. Everything he be thinking about be on his face, huh? Have you noticed that he be thinking about something and be in his face?
Yeah.
Yeah, continence. That's in Sirach, I think 16. It's about your continence. Yeah, your continence.
What type of man he is.
Yeah, what he's thinking. What you think about your continence. How you feel. He does that too. He think what's ever on his mind, it be on his face. And he'll think about it. It takes a while. Some people learn at an early age to say something. But it really takes a while, man. Get older to not let people see what's on your face and what you feel, and you just keep this straight. Look, I be at work, and they be like, dang, why you look so stern? I always look like this. I just keep the same face around people, so they don't be sitting over there trying to read me.
Right.
And ask me a question and expect me to answer with my face. I just be sitting there with a straight face. I'm good. But they be looking at me to see if I'm going to make a certain type of facial expression. Damn. No face. I'm not. I'm going to give you the time of day to think what I'm thinking. I don't let everybody do that. I'm going to stay every time I get to work, I know. Don't say too much. Listen. And then this, you got to think, man, I use the bathroom quick. You got to pay the water bill. I'll be right back. Y'all give me a second. It's not on mute, y'all. So watch what wifey talk about. All right. Boom, shakalaka, boom. Who did that video? Boom, shakalaka, boom. Was it Shaq? Boom, shakalaka, shakalaka. I think that was Shaq. It was a old basketball commercial or something.
Right. What's them boys?
Yeah, shakalaka.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Definitely.
Probably.
Yeah.
Boom, shakalaka. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Old school words, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead, sir.
All right, sir.
Chapter and verse.
First Maccabees 13 and 34. Moreover, Simon chose men sent to King Demetrius, to the end he should give the land an immunity, as all the trifling did was to spoil. Unto whom King Demetrius answered and wrote after this manner: King Demetrius unto Simon the high priest, and friend of kings, as also unto the elders and nation of the Jews, sendeth greeting. golden crown and the scarlet robe which ye have sent us, we have received, and we are ready to make a steadfast peace for you, with you. Yea, and to write unto our officers to confirm the immunities which we have granted. Whatsoever covenants we have made with you shall stand, and the strongholds which ye have builded shall be your own.
Right.
As for any oversight, fault committed to this day, we forgive it. The crown tax also, which you owe us. And if there were any other tribute paid Jerusalem, it shall no more be paid. And look,
Ain't that something?
Mhm.
Giving immunity to the land. Today they call that what, a stimulus check, huh?
Yeah, right.
Good.
And look who are meet among you to be in our court. Let them be enrolled. Let there be peace betwixt us. Thus the yoke of the heathen was taken away from Israel, the 170th year. And the people of Israel began to write in their instruments and contacts in the first year of Simon, the high priest, the governor and leader of the Jews. In those days, Simon camped against Gaza and sieged it round about. He made also an engine of war and set it by the city and battered a certain tower and took it. And they that were in the engine leaped into the city, whereupon there was great uproar in the city. And so much as the people of the city rent their clothes and climbed upon the walls with their wives and children, and cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness,
Yeah.
but according to thy mercy. Simon was appeased toward them.
Didn't we learn enough of that?
Yeah, right.
One king with the Amalekites. What's his name again?
Well,
The Benjamin king.
Oh, he's on Saul.
Saul, yeah, man. It's just, Most High said, when you go into that, you destroy it.
That's right.
Knock all down their pillars and everything else, man. Free Bible can shut me up. Tripping, man.
As much as the city, no, excuse me, verse 46. And they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness, according to thy mercy.
Mm-hmm.
Simon was appeased toward them and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city and cleansed the houses wherein the idols were, and so entered into it with songs and thanksgiving. Yea, he put all uncleanness out of it.
Hold on real quick.
Mhm.
I wanna respond to 47. So Simon was appeased towards them and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city. Sorry, but put them out of the city and cleansed the houses wherein the idols were, and so entered into it with songs and thanksgiving. Is that a law, young man? Is to what is the law when it comes to idols of another country?
To knock up and like kill him, break the items.
Let's find out. Let's go to Exodus 34:13.
Yes. 34 and 13. Read.
Start at 12.
Okay. Take heed to thyself, lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, whither thou goest, lest it be for a snare in the midst of thee.
Mm-hmm. So he put them out their houses and kicked them out. Let's see if that's good. Go ahead.
But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their groves. For thou shalt worship no other God. For Yahweh, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God.
Jealous power, right? Read.
Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice.
What that sound like? In verse 15, least thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go whoring after other powers, and do a sacrifice unto their power, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifices. It's Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's Day. That's their gods that they worship on those days. They're going to call you, hey, man, you want to celebrate Christmas with us? And you go a whoring and eat and serve their power and eat their sacrifices. When we sacrifice to the Most High, we eat other sacrifices, like a big-ass barbecue. Where do you think they got it from? They got it from us, sacrificing unto the Most High. Go to Deuteronomy 12 and 1, Baba Kushab. Now let's get the whole, we're going to read to 3. Let's get the whole thing done.
Deuteronomy 12 and 1 through 3. These are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe, do in the land, Jehovah Elohim of thy fathers giveth thee, to possess it all the days that you live upon the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their gods, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and under every green tree. Ye shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire.
Mm-hmm.
And ye shall hew down graven images of their gods, and destroy the names of them out of that place.
That's the law. Destroy them. But are we supposed to kill them too? Oh, don't say. I thought we were supposed to destroy them too. But it's good. We do. We can go back. Maccabees. Yes, verse 48.
There's Maccabees 13 and 48. Yea, he put all uncleanness out of it, right? And placed such men there.
All those idols. And that's what you got to do too. Especially as a young man, you got a lot of friends that like to celebrate Christmas. Y'all celebrate Christmas? Are you glad you don't? Or you know what? You like presents. You like gifts. We all do. We like gifts. You like gifts, right? Why?
Because I know it's a pagan.
It's not real. It's not,
Yeah, I know it's not Santa.
It is. Yeah. Only time a white guy coming through your window is a raid or, somebody broke the law. Like, what the? Hands up, don't shoot. That's the only time a white boy coming through your window or something like that. But you can get a gift any time of the year. But our people, bro, they just want gifts. They just so damn greedy. They'll keep doing something because we get gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to look at a tree that's like a, what is that? That is symbolic penis. That's what that Christmas tree is. It's come from Kush Nimrod. It's a fern tree. It's a spiritual penis in the living room. That's what they have in their living room. Spiritual penis. It represents fertility. Keep going.
48.
Right.
Yea, he put all uncleanness out of it, and placed such men there as would keep the law, and made it stronger than it was before, and built therein a dwelling place for himself. They also of the tower in Jerusalem were kept so straight that they could neither come forth nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell. Wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals, and a great number of them perished through famine. Then cried they to Simon, beseeching him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them. And when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollutions, and entered into it the 23rd day of the second month, in the 171st year, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and of harps and cymbals, and with viols, hymns, and psalms, because there was destroyed a great enemy out of Israel. He ordained also that day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple that was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself and his company. And when Simon saw that John, his son, was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the hosts, and he dwelt in Gazara.
And these are stories that get you to understand the things that we can do when you look at them morally, civilly, dietarily, and ceremonially. You look at how we do things, how we fail, how we didn't fall, how we should do things today, how things should happen, man. These things are very important when you read these stories and pay attention to them. Don't get, how can I say this? Stay diligent at this. Keep reading. Right? Show thyself approved unto Yahweh. Within the scriptures, you will hope that you get salvation. You'll find something that you're doing wrong and you're able to fix. And that's what you want to do. You want to be able to look at this and look at yourself and be like, well, am I doing this wrong? Am I doing that right? And then when you see something that you're doing, find out how you can do it right by asking questions. That's what the comments are for. That's what phone numbers and text messages and emails are for. Okay, I see this. I'm doing the same thing wrong. How can I do this better? Pray for me. Pray the Most High, give me strength. When somebody, I want wisdom. Yahweh, give me wisdom. You know how you're going to get wisdom? When you start reading a book and the Most High put the Spirit on you to continue to read. And the Holy Spirit gives. Sure. See, Yahweh Shai was born with that spirit. That's why he was learning things so fast. He was born with that spirit. The Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, man, he was born with it. We wasn't born with a different spirit. Sure. And that's what made him different from us. And he was above the angels. That's how it just made him different from us, because he had the Holy Spirit. He was born. It wasn't. We was born with a spirit, but it wasn't the Holy Spirit. All things. Yeah. He learned at a rate that was just magnificent. That's like so beautiful when you come into the truth and you start reading, brothers, man, your spirit just on fire. You ready to learn things. Oh man, you get out there, you just be on fire, boy. You just like you learning stuff. Oh yeah, man, it's this and that, bro. Nah, man, you off, bro. You off. And when you come in the truth, you telling everybody they off. Nah, nigga, you off. Get up out of here, man. My bond cut every female with Deuteronomy 22:5 for about 2-3 years. Deuteronomy 22:5. What? Deuteronomy 22:5. It was like that was his favorite thing right there. Well, you off, sis. You off, sis. Why you in them pants? You off, sis. Hey, man. It's a beautiful thing. We got one more chapter, y'all.
All right. First Maccabees 14:1.
Okay.
Now in the 112th year, King Demetrius gathered his forces together,
right?
Went to Media, to get him help to fight against Tryphon. When Arsaces, king of Persia and Media, heard that Demetrius was entered within his borders, he sent one of his princes to take him alive.
Now we're getting into a lot of the book of Daniel right now, because a lot of these things is in the book of Daniel. And that's how when people don't like the Apocrypha, you can go into the book of Daniel, chapter 8, and prove a lot about the Apocrypha is real. And then you can go into the book of John and prove that Yahweh Shai kept the Feast of Dedication. Those are two different, two different topics that you can go in to prove the Apocrypha right. And we're going into the Maccabees showing you that even in the records, even in archaeology too, even in just history, you can prove that the Israelites, which were the Black, Hispanic, and Native Indians, went into captivity up underneath the Grecians. So if you don't have the Apocrypha in the Bible, how the hell are you going to know anything about the Grecian captivity? How are you going to know about how we really got Hellenized and everything else without the Grecian captivity? How are you going to know when they start coloring their images in our book? Because remember, the records didn't have chapters and verses before. It was just straight words being read. See what I'm saying? I ain't playing. It's just, it's a beautiful thing, man. Let's read.
First Maccabees 14:2. No, 14:3, pardon.
And now you got Persian and the Medes. Persian and Medes captivity. That means Babylon. Babylon is being conquered. Was already being conquered at this time. Babylon was already conquered. He went into the Persians and the Medes, right? And the Persians took over Egypt over Ptolemy and them. So let's go.
Who went and smote the host of Demetrius,
Right.
and took him and brought him to Arsaces, of whom he was put in ward. As for the land of Judea, that was quiet all the days of Simon, for he sought the good of his nation in such wise as that evermore his authority and honor pleased them well. And as he was honorable in all his acts, so in this, that he took Joppa for an haven, and made an entrance to the isles of the sea, and enlarged the bounds of his nation, and recovered the country, gathered together a great number of captives,
Right.
and the dominion of Gazara and Beth Surah and the tower, out of the which he took all uncleanness, neither was there any that resisted him. Then did they till their ground in peace, the earth gave her increase, and the trees of the field their fruit. The ancient men sat all in the streets, communing together of great things. And the young man put on glorious and warlike apparel. He provided victuals for the cities, and set in them all manner of munition.
What does it say in Hosea 5 and 15? You know what it says in Hosea 5 and 15? That's a precept that everybody should know. It's very prominent, and it's something that should stick with you. Hosea 5 and 15. I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction, they will seek me early. The Most High said, we have offended him. You know, we made the Most High cry. Yeah, we offended him in the way we are. And he's hidden his face with people. That's why you get a lot of people be like, I don't love God. Look at all this. Look at all this stuff was going on. Is there a God? He turned his face on us, bro. Look what you doing. Would God want to live in a place like this with you and you acting like this? If you was the power of this universe and you were long-suffering like the Most High, would you want your name to be among people that act like this? Ah, man. It's you. You're disgusting. What power wants to be around you like that? You read?
Verse 9. Ancient men sat all in the streets, communing with together of good things.
Things are going pretty good, huh?
That's right.
Right.
And the young men put on glorious and warlike apparel. He had victuals for the cities, and set in them all manner of munition, so that his honorable name was renowned to the end of the world.
God.
He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy.
Right.
Every man sat under the vine and his fig tree, and there was none to fray them.
Wasn't no popos coming around. Woo! Niggas scattering like roaches when the lights come on.
Yeah.
That was a Deuteronomy 28 in verse.
Yes, what was that, 30, I think, or 28?
No, after 15, I say about 16.
You should go in against the one way, they come out 7 ways.
Let me see something. I think we're talking about the two. I think it's two different ones when it comes to that. Right there. Give me Caesar. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I guess I was talking about curse shall thou be in the city and curse shall thou be in the field.
Yeah.
And then you got the other one that says you will come out one way and the other. See. Where it is. Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. Oh, 25. And Yahweh shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. Right there. They don't that day they ain't gonna be afraid away. They starting to keep the law now. And now the Most High is giving everybody a chance to keep the law right now. When we're off the corner, that's when there's no more repentance. When they take us off the corner, repentance is done.
Famine of the word.
Famine of the word. When the prophets are not on the corners no more teaching, things stop. No more repentance. It's done. So you get everything right now. You don't want to get caught up not knowing and then find out when you should have took it seriously. And in that day, you start doing a lot of things to break the law and the Most High take you. Because you don't want to be touched in that day. You want to be in safe sound. You want to be safe. Nobody touching you. Because you know these devils. Remember 1898? Have you heard of that one? 1898? And you've been living here longer than me. You should have heard about 1898. I got videos on 1898. The Wilmington 10? Did I say it right? Wilmington 5 or?
No, Wilmington 10.
The Wilmington 10? Yeah, the Wilmington 10. You got 1898. And you got when they, people was in the swamps over here and everything else, when white people pulled the coup on them. Yeah. All that stuff, that's Most High. He allowed it to happen. Because what our people was doing, they was doing a lot that they wasn't supposed to. When you go into thy land, make not a covenant with them. Cut down all their groves in the church. We was in the churches. We was in all that stuff. Christianity. Serving wood and stone. Most High like, this ain't about to happen. Oh, y'all want to, okay, all right. And a lot of people get sensitive about that. It's going to have to be said around here. It's going to be said. Let God be true and man a lie. Go ahead, brother.
Here's Maccabees 14 and 11. He made peace in the land, and Israel rejoiced with great joy. For every man sat under his vine and his fig tree.
Right.
There was none to fray them. Neither was there any left in the land to fight against them. Yet the kings themselves were overthrown in those days. Moreover, he strengthened all those of his people that were brought low. The law he searched out, and every contender of the law and wicked person he took away. He beautified the sanctuary and multiplied the vessels of the temple. And when it was heard at Rome and as far as Sparta, Jonathan was dead, they were very sorry. But as soon as they heard that his brother Simon was made high priest in his stead and ruled the country, it says therein, they wrote unto him in the tables of brass to renew the friendship and league which they had made Judas and Jonathan his brother, whose writings were read before the congregations at Jerusalem. And this is the copy of the letter that the Lacedaemonians sent, ruler of the Lacedaemonians, within the city unto Simon the high priest, and the elders and priests and residue of the people of the Jews, our brethren, send greeting. The ambassadors that were sent into our people certified us of your glory and honor. Wherefore, we were glad of their coming, and did register the things that they spake in the council of the people in this matter. Numenius, son of Antiochus, and Antipater, son of Jason, the Jews' ambassadors, came unto us to renew the friendship they had with us. And it pleased the people to entertain the men honorably, and to put the copy of their ambassage in public records, to the end the people of the Lacedaemonians might have a memorial thereof. Furthermore, we have written a copy thereof unto Simon the high priest. After this, Simon sent Numenius to Rome with a great shield of gold of 1,000 pound weight to confirm the league with them. Whereof, when the people heard, they said, What thanks shall we give to Simon and his sons? For he and his brethren and the house of his father have established Israel, and chased away the fight their enemies from them, and confirmed their liberty. So then they wrote it in tables of brass, which they set upon pillars in Mount Zion. And this is the copy of the writing. 18th day of the month, Elul, in the 1threescore and 12th year, being the 3rd year of Simon, the high priest, at Ceramel, in the great congregation of the priests and people and rulers of the nation and the elders of the country, were these things notified unto us. For as much as oftentimes there have been wars in the country, wherein, for the maintenance of the sanctuary and the law, Simon the son of Mattathias, of the posterity of Jerib, together with his brethren, put themselves in jeopardy, and resisting the enemies of their nation, did their nation great honor. But after that, Jonathan, having gathered his nation together and been their high priest, was added to his people. Their enemies purposed to invade their country, that they might destroy it and lay hands on the sanctuary. At which time Simon rose up and fought for his nation, and spent much of his own substance, and armed the valiant men of his nation, and gave them wages, and fortified the cities of Judea.
Of his own wages. He spent most of his own wages.
That's what's called selfless.
Most of our people wouldn't do that.
Right.
They don't spend their own wages. Spend my own money. Y'all better give me some grants from over here.
Right.
Hey, say when you get to the kingdom, man. Say when you get to the kingdom. Go ahead.
Moreover, 33. And fortified the cities of Judea together with Bethsur, that lieth upon the borders of Judea, where the honor of the enemies had been before. But he set a garrison of Jews there.
Right.
Moreover, he fortified Joppa, which lieth upon the sea, and Gazara that bordereth upon Azotus, where the enemies had dwelt before. But he placed Jews there, and furnished them with all things convenient for the reparation thereof. People therefore, seeing the acts of Simon, and unto what glory he thought to bring his nation, made him their governor and chief priest, because he had done all these things, and for the justice and faith which he kept to his nation, and for that he sought by all means to exalt his people. When in his time things prospered in his hands, so that heathen were taken out of their country, and they also that were in the city of David, Jerusalem, who made themselves a tower, out of which they issued and polluted all about the sanctuary, and did much hurt in the holy place. But he placed the Jews therein and fortified it for the safety of the country and the city, and raised up the walls of Jerusalem. King Demetrius also confirmed him in the high priesthood according to those things, and
did
made
much hurt
him.
in the holy place.
Say what now?
They did a lot of things in the holy place.
It did.
A lot of nasty things,
It
man.
did. Profaned it.
Yeah, you can imagine what they was doing, being all perverted.
Yeah,
Oh, Most High, yeah, we on your hook, and I've got her on your holy, man. Y'all nasty, man.
Disgusting.
Most High gonna get him, though. He gonna get him like,
him.
yeah. You mock me, I'm gonna get you.
That's right.
Man, nasty bastard. Read.
King Demetrius also, verse 38. King Demetrius also confirmed him in the high priesthood according to those things,
Right.
and made him one of his friends and honored him with great honor.
Right.
For he had heard say that the Romans had called the Jews their friends and confederates and brethren, and that they had entertained the ambassadors of Simon honorably. Also that the Jews and priests were well pleased that Simon should be their governor and priest forever, till there should arise a faithful prophet. Moreover, that he should be their captain and should take charge of the sanctuary, set them over their works, and over the country, and over the armor, and over the fortresses, that I say, he should take charge of the sanctuary. Beside this, he should be obeyed of every man, that all the writings of the country should be made in his name, and that he should be clothed purple and wear gold. Also, that it should be lawful for other people or priests to break any of these things, or to gainsay his words, or to gather an assembly in the country without him, or to be clothed in purple, or wear a buckle of gold. Whosoever should do otherwise, or break any of these things, he should be punished. Thus it liked all the people to deal with Simon, and to do as hath been said. Simon accepted hereof, and was well pleased to be high priest.
Was Demetrius was of what nation?
I think he was in Rome. He was in Rome.
He's basically telling other. He got to be talking to his own people. We had the law. He's basically saying things that are in the law. When we gather no company without to come against him and anything like that, his word and everything else. But the law be like, we got councils and elders for that. So like, somebody doing something wrong, they're just gonna come together and talk about it too. But talk to the king.
Indeed. Verse 48. So he commanded this writing should be put in tables of brass. They should be set up within the compass of the sanctuary in a conspicuous place, and that the copies thereof should be laid up in the treasury to the end that Simon and his sons might have it.
That's the end of the Torah portion. I can't wait to see when Romans gonna try to come against us. Right. Because that's gonna be to man.
Right.
And then by the time we go into to Mark, Matthew, Mark, and John, by the time we go into Mark, we should be to Maccabees 2 or finishing, almost finishing Maccabees 2.
Yeah, thereabouts. Sound about right.
I want to see what happens. That's tired right there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of stuff happen. You're gonna be like, yeah, and then you be able like people the gang say, but hold on, what about the Maccabees? What about the Greek captivity and everything else, and how the Romans do this? And they first started the Senate right there before in the time of the Grecian captivity. They just started the Senate in the Romans. You had the Democrats and the Republicans. Today they would be called the Democrats and the Republicans, but they started the seat in their Senate right there in Rome. And he started learning about the government and everything. Well, he's learning about the government in school. And you can see how they started the Roman Senate. And this is an extension of the Roman Empire right now. This is the end of the Roman Empire. Then you know the history. And you'll be able to be like, man, well, cool, you can go over here and Daniel was talking about the feet of brass and clay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's history. All right, and with that, shalom. The water for y'all for the water to the Most High. Hashem Yahushua Mashiach for getting us through this and y'all for being with us. Watch this in increments, man. Watch 30 minutes, 30 minutes, 30 minutes, but it's a lot of history. It's a lot of things being pulled, and it's a lot of history being read. Right? With that, shalom.